late start today. All my stuff together. Am I not online yet? Okay. Oh, backend's like, no, man, you're not online. I'm like, but, guys, what's up with that? What's up with that indeed? The audio's working perfect, perfect. I do all the back end stuff. Gotta get the Twitch and YouTube running. YouTube is so strange. I have like I have like 50 plus people watching when I logged up there. Not a single one sub. They're just watching. Strange people. All right. The music started too. Okay. Should have probably clicked first, honestly. Because why not? YouTube's ready to go on here. Get the link. Blah blah blah. Always something to do. It's so awkward. You have to thumbs up your own stream, just because it adds to the algorithm. Like it's valuable to do so. Your own stream, just because it adds. As you can tell, and others do that. It's like, oh, thumbs up my own crap. It's weird. Not a big fan of it, but it still counts. Oh. Hey, another guy, how's it going? Yep, you are first. Well done, well done. Got started streaming a little bit late, so I'm just setting up all the back end crap. I can monitor YouTube and Twitch. How's your night going? The Discord link. Hey Rasta, how's it going? Discord. This. My usual Discord link pin, because it does slowly add people to the Discord. Ever so slowly, but it does add them. I recommend everyone do it. Just add it to your streams. Because you never really know. Especially if you stream on YouTube. Oh my gosh, it's so weird. People subbing on YouTube is really rare. But the number of people who are willing to join your Discord is much higher than that. It's the strangest thing. Word. Whereas on Twitch, not many people will join, but they follow all the time. It's really strange. It's a bizarre phenomenon I've noticed. Alright, I was working on her. I think that's everything I needed to do. I'm gonna want Vu's thing up there. I still gotta work on her little minions too. I was trying to figure out why her stuff was double spawning. Where'd the restream chat go? I guess the question is, what kind of tips are you looking for? Like a good system of behaviors for them to do that makes for a challenging boss? I think that's pretty contextual. I can go over how I'm doing AI, and that might give you some ideas on... I do it in an unusual way. Some people say it's like a state machine. Maybe that's what they're called, but I'm just using blueprints to do my AI, which makes it a lot easier. I tried the other way, and it wasn't for me. But working on AI today. What are some of these extra windows? 7 million of them. This character's got a lot going on to test like that, but the basic system I have for this is I create essentially a looping event, which starts right up here. Character behaviors is where it's triggered at, and it's just a custom event down here. And basically what the custom event does is it splits it into 3 phases. And to work with their maze gen, exactly what you want them to do in the maze will make a lot of difference there. But like I say, this is what I'm doing for how I do it. I have 3 phases. I used to do 4, but I switched to 3 because the 4th phase seemed unnecessary. The first phase is just literally gathering information about what's going on, often where the player is, the distance of the player, if the player is up in the air, things like that. All right, sure. Let me know when you're back. I like to have a browser window open so I can keep track of when the ads happen. But I haven't set it up yet, because it's really, really tedious not have it. Because the little thing doesn't always tell, like it says it's an ad, but it's not always an ad. Alright, so basically as I was saying is I've split it into 3 phases. You can ignore all this stuff, for this is a thing I'm testing here to make certain it works. I have an information gathering phase, and it does things like find the player, you know. I just put it as a variable here like that. Weirdly enough, I'm doing it as a double variable, so I don't know about that strategy, but we'll get to that. I get like the distance to the target, the player's in the air, you know, this character figures out which battle phase she's in based on her health remaining. Things like I just make note of a lot of things, you know. And then after the information gathering phase, we have the next phase. Here I have a do once and a reset event. You can ignore the rest of this. This is just me trying to figure some things out. And I switched here, and I have battle phases. I guess I could show you a simple version of this rather than a complicated version, because this character is real complicated, and they're not all like that. Most of them are really dumb simple. Let's just take a little bitey. They're pretty simple. This is how the bitey works, okay? These are real simple. I have a can't act check. This is the same character behaviors. Can't act, sure. Branch if true, if false, it just loops back around and starts it again. Otherwise, their information gathering phase is really just getting where the player is in the distance to him. It has a thinking phase, which solves it, does its actions too. Right here, an event reset. This is just important because otherwise it's looped over and over. You'll see why this event reset action there. And then I base it on the distance to the target. And I have an is aggro. Once they're aggro, they change their behaviors. But you can see, I have the things that are like this moves the direction, and then after some moving direction, it resets the action just so it can do the do once again. Or jumps. It's just randoming an integer between these. And if they're not aggro, this just kind of jumps around or run around, it wanders around randomly. It's just it. If it's, you know, closer than that, we go to the next range. Okay, what if it's in this range? Well, it has this behavior. And if it's closer than that, this, and then of course these things here. And I've made macros for various attacks and things like that. As you can see, like they have their own little attack things that they do. And I just copy paste the macros wherever I want. Once you're done with that phase there, it goes to the cleanup phase, which mostly just has a delay because if you have a looping event, you have to have a delay or it'll go infinite. And then it just runs the event again. Goes right back up and says, okay, can you act? No? Okay. Or yes? Then sure, true. Alright, first sequence, get the information, where the player's in the distance to him, pick an action, do it, then clean up and do it again. And everyone's a child of the BP NPC, so a lot of this stuff here, like move direction, stuff like that, is actually on the BP NPC. So then, every single NPC in the game uses the same movement command, so I just adjust the things here. So if there's a problem, it's going to be here. Over time, it's gotten more complicated for things, but this works a lot like a behavior tree, where in the behavior tree, you would make all these little, like, you know, what are they called? The various nodes, blah, 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 blah. Not decorators, what are those called? I can't even remember now. It's whatever little nodes you go to that you connect all the wires to and everything like that. It's those events there. I'm trying to remember what they're called, but I can't remember anymore offhand. I don't use behavior trees anymore. But basically, the instructions that would have been in those are now on my parent instead. No, not state machines, because state machines are something different. They're not part of behavior trees. They're in their own thing. I haven't looked at a behavior tree in a million years. Do I have one still? I might. Violet might have one. I don't see what's bad if that's what you need the enemy to do. I mean, most of my enemies are completely stupid. They're supposed to be. They're not, like, intelligent in any way, shape, or form. What do you need the enemy to do? Make the enemy do that. I don't think there's a wrong way to make the enemy do what you want it to do. Is it fun? Is that your goal? I mean... Now I know what that thing's called. I can't remember for the life of me. I'm gonna make a behavior tree real fast and look at it because I can't remember. It's a task. That's what they are. Like, my tasks are just on here. Like, you know, taunt the player is a task. Face the target is a task. Jump a task. You know, evade a task. I might really use more. Target height. Checks if the player is, like, above the enemy or not, just so the enemy can attack in the air or not. I like this because I don't need all the extra files and dumb crap to figure out where everything is. I mean, like, you've described what you want it to do. I don't get how there's a better way than it does what you want. Like, you literally get the location of the player that last time we saw and then tell the enemy to move there. That's it. I mean, you could do that in blueprints, you could do that in state machines, you could do that in behavior trees. The code's not going to be very tough either way. So really just however you want to do it. About the only dumb thing you can usually do in Unreal Engine is cast to the player. You really don't want to cast directly to the player very often. Like, some things can, like the player's own animation graph can go ahead and cast to the player because it's always going to be active, but you don't want to tie a bunch of things to the player. But you can get the player character very easy by just going, you know, get player character, and that doesn't tie you to the character. And this is like what you should almost always do unless you specifically need something, in which case interfaces, but there's no particular, like, oh man. You could literally just, like, you know, upon scene be like, get player location, or sorry, get actor location, or actor transform, and you could split that too. You could split this and get the location. Then you could do something with that, and that would be like the player's location when it got that. Which is kind of what I do with my movement anyway. When I go to actor location, it doesn't update, it just goes to the actor's last location. And then you can be like, you know, AI move to, or just move to active locations. Actually, the one I like better. Go location. Get AI controller because they just have built. They have a default AI controller that's already on them, and just slam it in there, and you know, whatever started thing like that, you just run this in there. This would be like all the code you need to get them to move to the player's location. You do that on Blueprint. You don't even need any kind of behavior tree for this kind of pattern. And then on move finish, you just do the next task, or if it fails, you can do that too. Like say they hit the enemy and the enemy gets stunned or whatever, then it's request failed because they can't move. Or if you have a nav mesh down, you can hit P in order to show it. Just P on the keyboard. And that'll show you everywhere you can get to. Technically raising this up was a bad idea because now they can't get above that. Running it out. I don't need those. Because I already have it. Move to target. Alright, get active location, set move location, then all the way up here it's actually running move to active location. I just set the move location to variable. Well, you'll just have to predict where it's at then, right? Well, is that true? Let me see something real fast. I was wondering if there was an option to make it visible or not. Hmm. I think I have an answer. 1 second, let me double check this here. Interesting. Let me test this out. I'm curious now. I have a solution for your problem. Well, for testing purposes, I don't know if it, well, I guess you could always run this command anyway. And I want to see if it works. Does not do what they said. That's awkward. If you enter that command, it will make it draw forever there, but that's awful. Never enter that command. Because now I have to enter that command to change it. Funny. These people's solutions doesn't seem to work. There we go. Aha! I am the chosen one. I have brought balance to the game dev. Alright. So. Bring up the console with the tilde key, and you just type in show navigation. That's it. Your show navigation. Also, if you want to use the other command I was using that was turning it on and off, which I don't think is necessary because you could just hit P. I was using this command here, and 0 turns it off. But as far as I know, you don't have to do that. Okay. I just do a bit of research as I was going. Just be surprised how many questions you can answer with like a simple search on the internet and checking a few places. But yeah. Go navigation. The world is so green now. It's terrible. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh god, it's so ugly. Jesus. Yeah. I do it, click it again, it turns it off. Does not turn it off. Your navigation does not work like that. Do I hide navigation? No, but you can do the thing I was doing to make it disappear if you want. Oh, and I guess for the YouTube people, I can put that in the chat too, just for, you know. Are people watching on YouTube? Do they want to know right now? No one's currently watching on YouTube, so it doesn't matter, but... YouTube is so weird. By the end of the night, I have some more people watching there than on Twitch, but at the start of the night, I have like nobody. I'm gonna swap levels so I can hit P back and forth, because it's really irritating to... After typing in that that command of show navigation 0 and 1, because once you use it once, it forces you to use it over and over. And that sucks. Because I, you know, will check the navigation all the time. But we all learned something new today. Wait for this map to load. I guess I could set up a mock of this room, on a different map for testing to make it load faster. I mean, realistically, what I actually need for this room to work, I don't need the rest of this crap around here at all. All I really need is the stuff that's on the arena itself and the spawner thing, and I could put it on an empty level to play on, which would make it considerably faster, which I might do. He should actually be in the room spawner, but I'm gonna go ahead and just copy paste it and drag it with. This is such a happy, weird thing for working on this particular thing. Oh yeah, that's hidden underneath there because of the fact that if I move it up, I have to move everything up. don't want to do that. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and click this here. I want this, and I want... and I want these because they're technically available in the fight. All right. Is this just a regular map or is it an open world map? I want an open world map to test on. Sure, I guess. I don't really change them. Oh yeah, my building room. Yay! I was gonna build her on here. Hell yeah. Shows you just how big this really is. I think this might be the most dead giveaway for how large everything is. When you see me place it on this open world map here, and you see just how ridiculously big the pentagram is that was just in the center of that one room. Okay. Now, you see, there's some other things I need to just make go bye-bye because they're so hideous to me I can't handle them. And that involves the entire lighting system that's involved with, you know, this crap. Like, it just needs to go bye-bye. Nobody likes it. It knows what it did. Bonk. First off, that looks awesome. Meet me some ultra dynamic sky and dump it out there like a champion. All right. Let's party. Now my otherworldly battle against the enemy. But listen, that's some sissy lightning there, okay? Oh, I need to be on the weather. I ain't about that wimpy lightning. If we're gonna have a battle to the death, it's gonna be like champions. All the time. The world is currently ending. Bloom? Sure. I don't know how much those matter. I just want it to be all the time. Welcome to my end of the world. Yes. Music choice. Well, showing the nav does that thing too. If for some reason you can't see it, that second command I typed in there will also show flag navigation equals 1 will bring up the navigation. Once you've done the I needed both to get it to show, but to be fair, the show flag navigation equals 1 doesn't automatically make it show. Show navigation did. And then show flag navigation equals 0 is how to make it go away if for some reason you just can't get it to view. So you do the first one and then show flag navigation 1 to turn it on, show flag navigation 0 to turn it off. Welcome to my nightmare. Oh, that's right, there's no music in here because I don't have music. Well, that's lame. Yeah, you hit the little tilde key, type that in, and then just hit enter. If you can't find it, like from the list or you have it mistyped, feel free to, like, once you've typed enough of it, you can actually scroll up on the list above and get the exact typing. So sometimes, you know, it's slightly off on the cases and it's a little sensitive like that. It goes to meetings for its sensitivity. The same. It's trying to be better about it, but the sensitivity meetings just aren't working enough. This isn't even that great of a track. I'm just bouncing to it because I was like, this track isn't even very good. Why am I bouncing to this crap? I don't know. I'm a weird guy. Okay, I gotta check out various tracks here. What do we want? Nah. 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 Nope. Eh. No, definitely not. Do battle with that music, I suppose. I'll keep that one as a potential. I'll just. Oh, wait, is it set to loop? I hate when I forget to loop this crap. Always remember, when you do a sound cube, make certain it loops. Well, like I say, when you enter the thing there like that, it should appear as an actual option in the list above on like right above the little console control there. Like make certain you click on whichever one is, or just type part of it and then click that. So just so you're not missing out on case sensitivity or anything like that. And you should be able to find it and do that. And then you'll probably need both commands because one command wasn't good enough for me to do it. I needed the show navigation thing, but I also needed the thing equals 1 as well. And that made it show between the two of them. Either one didn't do it alone though. I heard those already. Definitely not. I've heard most of these tracks before, so I only need the first few notes. Alright, we know that one very well. Nope. Nope. This music sounds like I'm about to fight the end of the world. Not what I'm looking for though. I took a bunch of music from the other game I was making and dumped in here too. No. Yeah, you do that, and then you have to do the other one too. Like I said, one wasn't enough, so the other command I put into the chat, the show flag navigation equals 1. Also do that while the game is running. Just be advised to make once you do that, in order for navigation to vanish, you have to type this in, otherwise your navigation just sits up forever. You knew while the game's running or not for the show flag navigation, but I needed both commands. One wasn't enough. I tested them both separately. And none of these tracks are for what I want for this map. A lot of music is too quiet. Oh, that music. I recognize you. Guess the one I was using is the right choice. Fair enough. I'm not in the room yet. I guess I'm really far away. My test map's going to be awesome because I can't stand having things like that. I don't hear any music. Explain yourself. Don't need that crap. How many things are open here? Is it because I didn't save her? It doesn't check for a specific map name, does it? Also, I had funny horror on there instead of Harbinger of Doom. That sounds awesome. Regular, that's fine. This should be fine. I don't think it actually has a restrictor on that. I don't think I mistyped the name because I just copy pasted it. So if I did mistype the name, I fixed that. Oh, I haven't put a player start down. That's why I'm starting way over there. It's not that I had the... Huh. Did I miss something? I might have. It said the Broken World, so clearly that is the name I was aiming for here. Let's make this... Oh, never mind. The box is huge. It's actually way out there. I'm set to current camera location. Why it's having problems then? Spawn speed, sure. Am I forgetting something? I don't think so. I have a habit of making my test maps really awesome. And sometimes my test maps turn into actual game maps. This does happen. Because I get tired of looking at nothing. Nice. Room info. Not that one. That's not the right one. This is the right one. I'll make it cool. Probably. What's up? One day you will be a boss. And you will be cool. And you will hurt people with gears. And it will be awesome. Many will die. I don't know why you have a glowing face, though. You look like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. If Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer was a half-naked chick wearing metal stuff. I mean, seriously. I mean, look at the antlers. Seriously? Really? Did I even think that through? I mean, those were supposed to spin, but seriously, did I think that through? I don't think so. I was testing to see if the pipes could actually be pulled into the thing like that, and I could make her outfit entirely out of pipes with like spline meshes. Spline meshes don't really bend and get pulled into blueprints very well. It's fine if they're in the world, but they don't make very good children. And why is the music not playing? It reaches that point. Load and play the music. There's no map restrictor that I've seen. False. Okay. Makes little sense because I already have the ability to have multiple maps because I have the painting world. So clearly I have the ability to have multiple maps and do this, so it shouldn't be a problem. But clearly I am wrong. Which means somewhere along the line I'm telling it not to load this stuff, and I don't know why. Probably an event begin play, there's something involving specific maps. I'm gonna put a player start next to this, since I plan on testing here a bunch. Yeah, play sound. But why? She spawns in just fine. Wait, was it allowed to play music? Does it just take a really long time? Is it just like the longest music? Am I just dumb? No, that didn't take any time at all. That's weird. Why so quiet? Oh, look, we're at the best viewers, people. Oh, little spammers. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yeah, that person can enjoy their band. We ban a bot or two every single night. That's what we do. This just loads the HUD. The only time I check for the map is to check for the main menu so I don't load the HUD. We double check that a different track won't work. Because it's possible a different track just works, in which case there's something bizarre about that track. And I suppose I should eliminate the simple before we get crazy. I'm already getting a little crazy here. But it'll do. Okay, before I forget yet again, it's not supposed to start at a player start. I don't understand why it is, so let's just do this. Actually, I think I might have the wrong. I had the wrong game mode. Okay, fair enough. Game start? There's no other player starts in here, right? Oh, there's two. Well, screw that one. It's over there. You can start me here. Tired of walking. Fair enough. I could have just used this the whole time. I don't know why I didn't. Just being ornery, I guess. Should have played the music already. Here's some music. Is it just really quiet? I could just pick this thing up and drop it on another map. And yet, you do not appear to be able to do that. Hmm. I just got tired of how long it took to load the other map just to make tests. I figured it'd be a lot faster. But not gonna be much faster. I've just been like multiple hours trying to solve this mystery here. Shouldn't be the case though. Did you get to work, Rasta, on your thing there? Unlike me, who has not gotten this to work yet. Wait a second. Let me check something. Last time I was in the stream, I changed some audio options, and I didn't think they worked, but I wonder if it's... Oh, it's playing now. Oh, I can't hear it over the rain. It's playing, though. It's just that the rain is so loud. One. Sorta? How does it sort of work? I have questions. I'm assuming you need to calculate it, recalculate during runtime or something for changing things. A lot of times it calculates before that. And the music's playing, it's just really quiet. It's gotta be something that recalculates during runtime. I guess I'll have to drag a nav mesh out here anyway. Right? Ain't nobody got a nav mesh on here. Um, um, there is an option. I'm trying to find it. We talk about an option anyway. Perhaps blocking what I'm trying to read here. Runtime generation. Okay, so here's what you do. Go into your project settings, type in runtime generation, and for runtime generation, select dynamic. And that'll allow it to generate the nav mesh during runtime. I personally don't need that because I'm Well, actually, I could technically do that and just drop nav meshes for a particular room. That would involve not needing a nav mesh for the whole area, which might be better. Only problem is then it would add additional generation time to every level for every room. But it would be pretty optimal. You know what it would also mean? It would mean I would never have to place a nav mesh in advance again. No more letting it calculate every time once something gets moved. It wouldn't even matter. Good thing. Large open worlds and procedurally generated levels, they use a dynamic method. So of course you have no idea how the nav mesh will generate at runtime. Like it might generate like garbage, you know, like it might have gaps in it, but this interests me. I'm going to test it on this map because I don't care if I break this map. I really don't. All right. I might as well put the music on. It's going to be a moment. Can I add a nav mesh? Can I spell nav mesh? Nav modifier. Curious. Nav mesh. How do you spawn it? I'm actually researching how this is doing, but I don't know offhand. But I'm really curious to see if I can just spawn in an nav mesh and save myself so much work in the future. Also, let me turn stream mode back on because I don't want to hear it beep at me on Discord while I'm doing this here. I'm basically checking through this page here where it talks about how to do these things. What I really just want is some way to, like, whatever I need to call to spawn it. And since nav mesh is not a thing I can add to one of these, I'm not sure yet. This is all pointless, I don't care. You're just setting a location on a sphere, I don't care, with alert, no less. Fine. This I know, yeah, timeline, sure, don't care. Still don't care? Well, that doesn't spawn it in. It does update, and that is cool that it updates. And in reality, I probably should have dynamic on. Because, well, the cubes alone cause things to move around. So, I mean, I could see that being a problem. And it kind of confuses the AI a bit, because it thinks it can walk somewhere. Spawn in nav mesh, is that possible? It might not be possible to do what I would want to do. Seems like you can spawn it in but not set a size for it. But that was also old, so... It'd be so awesome if I could do that. It would be so much less, less problems. How worthless AI, you've not helped me at all. Saying these things here. Well, I think I gained something useful out of this in that it might have solved something of a minor issue, but I don't believe what I want is possible. I don't think you can spawn in an nav mesh and set the size. You can spawn in an nav mesh, but that's not very helpful. But dynamic makes it so that it'll adjust each way. So for the procedural worlds, or just while you're playing, it would adjust things. It might make the game slower though, so worth noting. Also take a quick bio break real fast, and then I'll get back to testing this. Hmm. Got myself a little Reese's peanut butter cup thingies. Trader Joe's. Ones that are like only full of healthy stuff. Well, as healthy as a ball of sugar can ever be. At least it has no chemicals. Got it though. I get the feeling this music is not very loud here. Here's in the options menu. I should be able to adjust the options here, but I guess it was never set for that, which makes sense because they can't know what my music's playing out of. And I did just buy, I think I pre-made a lot of the menus and then tweaked the crap out of it, so I didn't have to program a lot of the boring crap. That's true. It was so cheap. Saved me a lot of hours. It was like 15 bucks or something, and saved me probably like 10 plus hours worth. Super worth. Options menu, but there should be an audio. There most certainly is. Let's just have settings changed. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe redoing this person's audio, I can already tell. With its bizarre, who knows what. I guess apply settings would do all of that there specifically. Weird, a sound class thingy. Alright, I'll figure that out later then. I might look up what some of these things are. And that was not the goal of today. I thought if it was a quick fix, I would do it, but if I need to do a bunch of changing for this, which I probably do, as I integrate it like that, I'll have to think about how that would even work. I'm sure it's probably not that hard. Well, my brain wants to solve this first, so let's do this first. See, my code actually worked perfectly fine, it's just that it was too quiet, but... Since I multiplied her speed, this is what happens if you keep dashing. You start going super fast. 3 or 4, actually like 4 dashes and you just leave the world. It's so funny. And she's still spawning 10 of them. That was the problem why I stopped last night. I'm still launching the heart setter, so you can see that. I could teleport the player to this area and have them fight. It'd be crazy. Whole new world to fight. Hell yeah, brother. Whole new world. Validated get, so I stopped getting this problem. I don't know what the problem's being caused by, but let us do that. Actually, it should just be validated get beforehand, probably. Actually, wait a second. Maybe I don't need to do that. Maybe it's just through homing ones that are doing that. Am I sure it's not just a problem caused by her herself? Homing? Actually, they're all the same anyway. Montage to play, don't care, don't care. Sure. It has a projectile. It's the same projectile. Oh, it's flubbing it on homing. Well, it's the all-purpose. If it didn't work right the first time, you just do this and do a validated get if valid. Do this if not valid. Just do nothing, I guess, at this point, and don't really it doesn't go beyond that anyway. I don't know why that one needs a validated get and the other one didn't, but okay. So Vu is spawning too many toys. That's BPMPC, not what I need. I think it ran Diabolic Shield once and the other one twice. I'm pretty certain that's what happened. Once? Timing is the ultimate enemy. This. Custom event. I could have just drawn a line back, whatever. Reset, summon. I'll function that. Yoink. Boy, these things melt. All right, had to hit those before they melt because there's like two of them. And they were just getting a little scary over there. So she triggered the shield, but where, oh where, is the summon command? Starts moving and jumping, but this should have been in here. Because there's a thing right here saying, hey, you know, voodoo summon, and she never does it. It's not even green, so it would be an orange thing too. Well, actually, it might go orangish red, but unless the summons are done on there and not on this, that might be true. Good old diabolic shield. She sets herself there. Activates particle things. Set actor hidden in game. Spawn array if it's greater than that. Keep going, otherwise destroy self. Looking for trigger diabolic shield, I assume. It does run summon unit. Voodoo cultist. So why is it ignoring? Oh, it's only 2 seconds. That was the problem. They vanished before I even got to see them. But this looks more like a repeat action X times problem than the other. Let's see. This might be a moment, you know? Huh. Man, if this were longer than 30 seconds, it'd be awesome. But it's 30 seconds long, so it's not really going to work. Much to my sadness. Repeat action X times. It's supposed to repeat only 5. And when I saw here, she only said those once. But somehow it happened 10 times. Alright, well. My assumption is my number is somehow wrong. I guess. Hmm. We're going round in circles everywhere. It just multiplies, so it goes crazy. I wasn't watching them. We do summon, we do summon. I got so excited about spinning, I wasn't paying attention. I should get rid of the move action thingies. I don't think those matter anymore. Because everything's spamming that crap since they all have that code, not just Vu. Just to make my life easy. Sure. Right here, trigger diabolic shield. Vu summon, Vu summon, Vu summon, Vu summon. It only did 5. Why did each one summon 2 though? Also, I'm gonna remove all that audio stuff for Poppet. Because clearly the mistake was not in my code so much as it just was the volume was too low. Yeah. Most time the problem is something stupid. It's rare that it's, you know, the initial code that made terribly or anything. Because, you know, I've already tested that code a bunch of times, but it's a lot easier to check the code that I know works to try to figure out where the break is from the other thing than to test the new stuff. Hey Bam Bam. Right now I'm trying to make this boss stop spawning so many things. Yesterday I was trying to make her not be dumb. She's getting better, but she's double spawning all the minions for some reason. And after that I might work on more areas, I don't know. I mean, I do need a bunch of other things, so I have my arena out here in the middle of nowhere just so it loads faster. My building level area. And I've been screenshotting various things to know how often she does things and stuff, and it's kinda... all print things there. Kind of awkward that she's spawning an extra dork. An extra 5 dorks. She's doubling up. That's kind of about it. What are you up to? Anything exciting? Yeah. Not too bad. Somehow each of these must be spawning more than one. But I don't see how. Especially because it actually says, you know, Voodoo Summon every time she does it. And there were only 5. I'm gonna remove a bunch of these extra things because I don't need to see them every 5 seconds. Rhea was stopping, like locking up at various points, and I couldn't quite get her to totally stop locking up, but she mostly doesn't lock up very often, and she has a quick reset to... If she fails to act like 2 times in a row, then it's like, I think like a 2.5 second thing before she rights herself and goes right back to doing things again. So it's not like the worst if she just occasionally glitches a little. The backup plan was strong. Something is very wrong here because He's only running this command 5 times, which is exactly how many she's supposed to run, but it's spawning 10. Unless this pentagram ability does something. Does it? It might. This character is attached to a pentagram on the ground, so you know. The pentagram has some things it does, but for the most part it just kind of spins around and lights up. I don't think it actually has a summon capability anywhere in here. Voodoo check. Active rotation, pentagram, rotation, sure. Yeah, this thing has nothing to do with anything like that. Doesn't spawn at all. I don't know why that's there, and I don't care. I think they're all doing it, though, is the problem. Wait. Go on, completed. Otherwise, it can run multiple times over the course of this, because this just is a continuous thing that's running, whereas on complete uninterrupted would not do that. And make it to the summons can still are summoned even if you interrupt her. It can always be something like just incredibly stupid that ruins everything. It doesn't have to be anything major. One wrong chord. Oh, thanks. Oh, 3. That's not 5. What happened there? What am I seeing? There's the first time it happened, the second time it happened, none didn't happen. Well, I think the alien was letting her spawn way too many of them, that's true, but... I cancel that. The fact she only spawned 3 is... Now there's more of them. I think every time she summons it, she can spawn more. Let me check. I'm gonna let her do it again, I guess. That doesn't seem right. How can she do it again? I don't think that helped at all. Huh. Yeah, I decided, since this is my testing level, I had to pick the pentagram up and bring it back because it looks cool. Plus it's huge if you look at it in comparison to like what's out here. Even though it looks tiny in the level, it's a lot of fun. That's huge. I'm really confused on this one here. She literally... was able to spawn multiple ones. Well, thanks for the raid, Rostov. Yes. So, I'm still trying to solve this mystery of this not working the way I want it to. I think this music is very fitting for how this is going. It's pretty much a circus. I don't care if she's interrupted or not, but I guess I can find out. Put this here so I can do this. Okay, some of these tracks are not for me. This would be one. These are all in red, so I can just kind of dupe them all. Are you stuck and do you have any advice on getting unstuck from your projects? That's true, stepping away can help. My main strategy is often the print string strategy. You'll see me doing it here, where literally I'll go to the... First I put a bunch of general print strings on, like, you know, each of the main things that are happening. And then when I figure out one where it's not giving the right information, I go more in depth in that area. Like I've solved her that her summon thing gets all the way to here, and then for some reason it's doing multiple times, so... Now I'm putting print strings at various points there, because it's basically phone tag. I want to see where the message doesn't arrive. It becomes a different message. And that's where you know the break is. And I've solved a huge number of things this way. I used to do the same thing with console commands when I did JavaScript, so. And this will just tell me the order everything happens in, especially for a looping thing like this. It's going to go through a bunch of times. I need to see where the numbers don't add up. Obviously, I prefer to only use less of the print string, so if I can, you know, solve it immediately by just putting a few of them in and see where things are at, I will. Just kind of get an idea of where the break is, but if we get to this point where something is just really bizarre, I will go step by step, because I realize that I could sit there and bash my head into it for a while. Or I can just put them out there and it'll tell me. Yeah. Exactly, and print string is just the same thing here. Nothing really changed. So here's something weird that happened. I noticed that she jumped back to the center and then did it again. She wasn't doing it the first time, but the summons seem like they work when they do that. Like, so yeah, that's a problem. We saw here is basically her repeating the same thing there. 1, 2, 3, summon the cultist. What continues all the way through. But somewhere around here, she triggered it again, because this is the second thing of it, and she shouldn't be able to do it twice. So, perhaps I am incorrect in where I thought it was. I don't believe the Diabolic Shield thingy has anything on. Yeah, I've checked that a bunch of times. It's not that. But trigger Diabolic Shield. Yeah, the farther in I get, the more this becomes the only logical way of dealing with a lot of these problems. There's just too many systems going on. I need to follow where the information is going. The trigger Diabolic Shield happened twice, which is part of... Activate Diabolic Shield.
No, don't reset this here. No custom events inside of a macro. Correct, that's right, I forgot about that. This could easily just be a grid though, I don't know why I'm actually setting it like a macro. Maybe all of them go on the same thing. I'm gonna pull all this together, make it less of a mess. Lately I've been doing this, putting a lot of things on graphs, because macros don't let you have, well, one, you have to change the macro if you change it everywhere. They won't let you have things like timelines and stuff. You can't have custom events in them. Macros don't let you do anything related with time. Or no, macros can't have timelines. It's the functions can't have timelines or anything like delays or anything like that. But graphs can have everything. However, graphs can't be copy and pasted. You just call the events off the graph. It's just another graph. So I end up doing that a lot. This no longer has an output, that's fair. So over time I've been doing that because for purposes of organization, it's kind of nice to have a lot of graphs. And obviously certain characters like Poppet are getting more and more graphs as she goes along. As you can see, she has graph after, well, those are no graphs. But I can type in graph and you can see, I always write graph on everything, so. As I should. Yeah, combat graph, story graph, audio log graph. I mean, she got graph. Discipline yourself to learn harder. When you say learn harder, you're like just trying to learn stuff faster? You're trying to actually remember the stuff. I mean, that's the thing. Like, because, you know, if you're trying to remember this stuff, then practice, you know, just use it. If you're just trying to have discipline so you don't get distracted, you know what the best discipline thing for me has been so far? Streaming. Yeah, streaming. There's been my consistent thing like that. Do you really think I would be able to sit here for 8 to 10 hours with very few interruptions and just sit there and code and work on the game? I mean, I can do a lot of hours in a row just sometimes, but if I wasn't streaming, I'd watch like YouTube videos, occasionally scroll social media, just kind of dick around with things, and it would never be this consistent. But because I'm streaming it and I have people watching me, it forces me to stay a lot more focused. Maybe too focused, because I probably don't take enough breaks. No. No, you don't. If you don't believe me, go back to my, go to my channel and look at the, live things there, and you can see how I started. You can see, you know. Go all the way back to the first of the streams, I guess. I don't even know if I talked during the first streams. I was doing like these things here where I was just working on a map thing. Did I talk in them? Let's find out. Did I? I was just building. I didn't even talk.
System here.
I did.
So it gives me 1 additional rock because it only goes down to -5.
Now you know.
I do kind of want a little cliff face going on there. Like really want it to look like it's quite high up.
My microphone sucked too.
The optics of that.
It was like a $24 special.
I could do this, right?
And that was kind of it. I just talked and worked on these map things that I was working on for RPG Maker, and that was the gist of it. All the art things and stuff like that, chopping these out.
More overlay for this.
What did I do? I plugged in a microphone and told it to stream to YouTube. That's it. Which about the same way. It takes very little effort. Look up the
trees. I don't know how much I care.
Look up the settings to, you know, for the best encoding thing, which should take like 3 minutes or something on YouTube. Just like, you know, best streaming settings, OBS, and you're good. I use Streamlabs because it's easier. But, I mean, also keep in mind, you ain't got to be perfect on your first stream. In fact, you know what you can do and what I did? Yeah, it's changed, which is fine. But what I did is I did private streams first. First, I just recorded myself doing it and just talked like I was streaming. I didn't even actually stream, I think, the first couple times. Then I did some private ones on YouTube just so I get the feel of it, you know? Kind of really worked my way up to it, because I've never been talking online before. That's weird. It's never a thing I even thought about doing. Or at least nothing more public. And over time, I was just like, okay, I'll just turn it on and do that, because, you know, it's weird. People think that, you know, their voice is going to be weird or something online. I don't know, you talk to people in real life all the time. Right? So yeah, I would just start it. I mean, streaming's fun. The Twitch community for software and game dev is, in fact, very supportive. I mean, just the raids alone will get you some notice. I mean, at that point, it's your job to keep them, of course, but you can always use more streamers. Yeah, that's pretty good. I guess the other advice is don't open things like YouTube or any social media. Put your phone somewhere far away. Just start working. It helps to have something you're enjoying working on. Like if you like your project, that helps a lot. Like if your project sucks, you hate it, that ain't it. That ain't it. I'm pretty endlessly fascinated with things though, so I kind of like in these game dev things, and I just love doing all this stuff, so it's pretty easy for me to be over obsessive. You like it when you do exercises? That's good. Well, the secret is often in, you know, I view a lot of things like a puzzle, like how do I accomplish something like that? What does it take to solve a problem? And I start looking for solutions to it. And I don't mind breaking things, because fixing things also teaches you a lot. Learning can be fun. I'm a big fan of learning if I need the knowledge. Like if it's something that would benefit my task at hand, I'm all ears and want to know all about it. But if it's something that has nothing to do with it, I don't care. I really don't. Very focused learning. I like certain things if I can use it. Otherwise, I'll just forget it. So, you know, probably. Unless it's some really pointless knowledge, I might remember that for no apparent reason, but, you know. The thing. But yeah. I try those things, you know. Make a fun project. Sometimes it's just nice to build like a really cool level and then have the cool level to play around on, and that often makes me want to do that. And a lot of the stuff I learned for Unreal Engine, I was learning because I had a character I liked running around the worlds with, and every time I give her new abilities and everything like that, in order for her to run around new like free assets that they gave me to, you know, just play with. I spent so long making her hair flow in the wind. Why did I do that? I just thought it'd be really cool. Outfit too. For Poppet, it doesn't matter because she's not really outside, so I don't even worry about that kind of crap, but sometimes just to make a visual possible. Like I took what one of my RPG Maker game ideas and was like, what if this was an Unreal Engine? What would it look like? And so I built that just because I was curious to see and went to look up all the information on how to do it. So I was fascinated on how to make it happen. Plus, it was a way to learn Unreal Engine. Do you need a new laptop? I mean, one, they probably have laptops in the Philippines. I don't know how cheap they are. I mean, if you need a laptop, get a laptop. If you don't need a laptop, don't. Yeah, it sounds like you answered your own question, right? Just remember, if it's going to be a laptop that can work on Unreal Engine, it's probably going to be a pretty powerful laptop. You're going to need a dedicated graphics card. Which makes their shelf life a lot less long. Because, you know, you put that really hot piece of, you know, technology inside of a little box, it tends to bake the stuff around it. So it really shortens the life expectancy of a laptop. I have a desktop because, well, I know how hot these components are. I have a huge case with 12 different fans in it. Even then, that sometimes doesn't feel like it's enough. Maybe I'll upgrade a liquid cooling in there or something at some point. It's not very portable though. That's fair. I think the thing I don't like about learning something different is that's exactly that. It's something different. Like, you'll have to learn all different codes and stuff, and then you can basically be starting over with the new engine. I made that mistake because I did RPG Maker, and then I went to all this. I did try Unity in between, and Unity is why I went back to RPG Maker, because I thought Unity was so hard to use that I just couldn't believe anybody would use it. It's Unreal that lured me away by being the easiest engine to use. Okay, well then, no worries. I mean, it really sounds like you already have the answer to your question on this one. If you need it, get it. I look forward to the day where the AI can do all the coding for me, and then I just push a button, right? Pull up a tablet, just push button, out pops game. I don't think it works like that. Yeah, I was collecting everything onto one stupid graph, so I don't gotta find them anymore. Like, trigger diabolic shield, you know, on here. Why is this somewhere else? Why isn't this just part of the same graph? Right? I am more than happy to make use of any tools available. I don't use AI right now because, well, one, it sucks at coding. Like, it's fine for short little tiny things, but the bigger the complicated system, it can't figure it out. There's too much going on here for it. It just has no idea. So it's not very handy if I ask it a question. Also, the legality issues are a problem. So when they iron out the legality issues, I'll have less problem with it. At least for like voice acting, because I looked in the price of voice acting and it's just out of my price range without additional funding somewhere. Like it's like 10x the price of what I've already invested in the game just for voice acting. It's not happening. No way. Drop like 10k plus just for the voice acting necessary for this game. I don't got it. And something like AI model generation would also be pretty handy when it comes to a thing. Like, there's a lot of stuff out there that's getting close to that. Like, having the AI generate me like some sort of steampunk thing would be awesome. It'd save me a fortune. Does it suck that someone else can't make it by hand? Sure, but nobody makes a lot of steampunk stuff as is anyway. I basically can't ever find those things. I had to make what I have myself. But it would enable me to make a much better game, which would be nice. In time. Yeah, it's hard. Victorian's pretty bad. Dolls aren't as bad, but they're still pretty bad. All my stuff is really rare. And it's just like, I ask people, it's like, you guys want to make more? I've been talking in the Fab Discord on Unreal Source. They're like, hey guys, I need more of this stuff. You guys want to make any? Nobody really does. I check for new stuff all the time, and there's just nothing. It's so rare. Which is why you see me making things here, because I need stuff. It's a very poor choice of genres for a solo dev, but it also helps you stick out a bit because steampunk is rare. But it's also rare because it's not as popular as like fantasy stuff, but it does mean I stick out, which helps. But yeah, like that's the way I view it. It's just like, okay. Custom music, I mean, most of the custom music I use off of like, you know, like Humble Bundle stuff. I get like copyright claimed for a lot of it too, and I paid for it. People want me to support them, but here they are copyright claiming for using what they sold me. Huh. Pretty certain that I'm more than happy to line up with the AI against the music artists about this point here. I wasn't at first, I've been removing them as they go, but I only ever play the stuff I got off Humble Bundle, and I can tell you that I haven't even lucked out that much here, as you can. Where are they at? 5. Yeah, last night, copyright claimed. I removed a bunch of the other ones. I think there's a couple down here that I haven't removed them yet. Copyright. I paid for all this music. Why am I getting copyrighted, right? And I think I removed 4 or 5 of them last week. So yeah, I'm no longer on the side of the music people. They're copyrighting me for the stuff I paid them for. Yeah. So if I wasn't getting nailed by that, and I used to try to contact them and be like, hey, what's up? But the problem is let's say I do that. Let's say they whitelist my channel. That means that I can't use that music in any game, because then they'll get copyright claimed. It's really tedious. I've been copyright claimed plenty of times on YouTube. It's just dumb. Once by RPG Maker themselves for stuff they sold me the right to use. Yeah, the company. By the way, I never bought anything from after that. I wonder why. So, you know, as these things happen more and more, I get a little more on the side of AI. I wasn't at first. I'm getting there though. But only if it's legal. Like I don't want the copyright. Like if they're pirating that crap, I ain't gonna use their stuff. That ain't okay. But if they're like, you know, training it based on just, you know, stuff that they own the rights to and it's legal, I care less than I did. Well, some of the AI voice acting is better than the stuff I saw on Fiverr. I was like, wait, they want to charge me for that? Are you sure that isn't just crappy AI voice acting you're playing for me? How can I know? Yeah, a lot of times it is. And like what will happen is somebody will make a game with that music. And then they will sell to like a publisher or whatever, and then the publisher will then claim all of that music, thinking that they have the right to do that, and they don't. And then you get, you know, I go talk to the artist, and the artist's like, oh, well, I didn't do that, and that's them. I'm gonna try to talk to them, and it's like, I've ran into this problem a fair amount. Like I say, I don't even bother to contact them most of the time anymore. I usually just delete it from my library and say whatever. Because it isn't worth the time. So next time you buy a Humble Music bundle, keep that in mind. You might not have the rights to use it. You might think you do, and technically you do, but you'll have to fight. And remember, on YouTube, if you want to fight, you got to dox yourself to these people. You got to give a name, address, and all that. You got to write up like, hey, you bring up proof to the table like that. And then it becomes on them to fight back. And potentially take you to court, right? And they're probably not taking you to court, but it takes 30 days that they have to respond. And they don't ever respond. They just let it pass and then the claim is removed. But during that time, you did all that effort, wasted a huge amount of time for something you paid for. And you have to wait forever. It's dumb. Your video is probably down for 30 days plus like 3 or 4 days too on top of that. It's dumb. So being able to just AI generate music would be a lot better, because then I wouldn't have to worry about that annoyance, and it'd probably be closer to what I want, and I wouldn't have to listen to a 9 million Humble Bundle tracks that are debatable of quality a lot of times. Sound effects would be really good too. What if I could just have AI generate me like a lion's roar? Yeah, Humble Bundle's been pretty good. I mean, it's been great for a lot of assets. Yeah, but seriously, sound effects got me too. Because there was a company that was a big company that actually made a whole bunch of graphics too. They're very reputable. And their asset pack had a bunch of stolen sounds in it, because I guess they contracted someone else, or so they say. And that person took a bunch of famous sounds and sold it to them as part of the pack. So now I can't use that audio pack because it's full of a bunch of pirated sounds and I don't know which ones. Just some of them I know for certain are. There was a YouTube video about it and everything. And what the company do, they're just like, oh yeah, it was a third party, and then they never talked about it again. So again, you know, I'm starting to feel a little less supportive every time I get screwed by these people. You know, like it's. I don't know why I'm feeling less supportive. Maybe. I, for one, welcome our new AI overlords. I didn't at first, but. or the number of times I get people soliciting me on Discord. Ugh. Half the time they're just trying to sell me AI images anyway. One Discord got upset at me yesterday because I said that, you know, what I do is I'm like, hey man, I don't really want to buy any assets right now, but if you happen to put some stuff on Fab that happens to be in any of these 3 categories, I might buy it. You never know. You should try it out. Put something up there. You know, maybe other people will buy it too, right? You know? And they got upset saying, oh, you should do it. You should just not talk to them. I'm going, people are retarded. I'm just like, what the hell? Dumb. Yeah, the problem with the one-man band is there's only so much time in the day and the game will never get finished. That's really what it comes down to. I can't be everything, because if I'm everything, there's only so much time in the day. I will never succeed in finishing what I need to do. So it's like, I mean, you gotta pick and choose your battles, you know? The tutorial hell is, I will get there. I went through a lot of tutorials earlier. Like I said, I did that Let's Make a Game tutorials, or how to make X game tutorials, and just followed those, and it was a lot of fun. Doesn't block very well there. It seems fine. Perfect. After it comes heaven, right? Wait, what? Oh yeah, heaven. After all, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I just kind of make things. Like now, I can make most things. There's just, you'll find I get hung up on weird things, such as like spawning a nav mesh. I didn't even think that was a thing, and it kind of isn't. And some stuff I just don't yet. I just haven't taken the time because Unreal has so many systems that you can get into, and most of them are just totally worthless. Like they aren't even meant for game dev. And other ones aren't necessary for my game. They're like entire programming variants of what you're doing, and it's like I don't know. But once you understand blueprints, I try to use them as often as possible, and I just don't deviate. Even my AI is done in blueprints because it just makes it faster than me having to essentially learn a whole new system that Epic is very likely to just scrap later anyway. Because Epic does love to scrap things. Oh yes. Yes, they do. And then you're just sad. You're like, okay, well that sucks. Cool. Neat. Yeah. Oh, this is just right here. This should just be literally this. So, you know. I think that as soon as you start making levels that have some kind of cool thing to look at is already when you kind of arrive at the heaven phase. Like, there's really just something about this that becomes so cool the second that's available. Like, the second you just get to really see what you're working on. I'm a pretty big fan of that. Because it really just, it changes how you look at everything. Yeah. Well, that's fun too, right? Who doesn't like some death and despair amongst friends? I could just do this. I don't need extra things here. I want to reset this right here, I think. And I can just run Diabolic Shield check right here. Well, you know what? That reminds me. Talking about all this Fab stuff and all those assets, it's probably time for more free stuff on Fab. Oh, it most certainly is time for new free stuff on Fab. Looky, looky at the goodies. I don't even need this, but seriously. The USS Poppet could be flying through the galaxy as we speak. I always mark professional even though it actually doesn't matter, but I'm going to add that to cart. I might need to log in. Let me double check. Yeah, if you want. Yeah. I don't care. Is it in my cart? Sure. I think it only checks for what you are at any given time when you first did it, and it doesn't really matter what license you have, but I still take the professionals when I have the option. This Magician's Library is kind of sick. I can get behind this. Maybe a little low quality though for what I want. Add to cart. I think they just went with a simple name everybody could remember, and to be fair, it's not that hard to remember. Ooh, loot set. Yay, is this AI crap? It's 100 models at least. Okay, I don't need to look around at these things, okay? It's fine. It's just some crappy gold, okay? Like, I don't need to look at all of them. I just wanted to look quickly and see what it was. I don't really think I'm going to be using it. Weird. I'm just going to take the supposed one. I don't care. Yeah, this is too low poly for my tastes. I don't think I can make use of it, but it's possible I make use of this one, though. It would depend on what the extra assets are, like what they look like. Crystal's kind of cool. Mostly I like the crystal. That's pretty much about it. There's a book spine, but I don't have as much of a butt on that one. It's not terrible. I mean, I could also make my own, but if they're going to program one for me, I ain't against that. Anyway, I'm going to buy those. Check out. Free. We're waiting. Also, while I'm at it, the other thing that you might want to look at whenever these things is the free stuff that appears that doesn't cost anything in the first place, because they add new free stuff all the time, right? Filters? What are the filters here? Price. Free. Sort by newest. Anything cool? Realistic sideboard. Free flame VFX pack. True first person movement. I kind of have enough flame crap. Neon Heart Power Progress Bar. Hell yeah, Machine Room. Ooh, now that. Oh, any sci-fi environment. I add it to my library anyway. I'll take it free. I might not remember to look at it. How do mesh splines work? Like how to use them, how to make them. What are we talking about? Ultimate Master Material. Ooh. I kind of have all that crap. Stylized beats. Hell yeah. Pixie dust trails. Item destruction FX. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of free stuff that comes out anyway here. I do. I'll show you in a second. Hey, a simple graphics menu for those who don't want to do it themselves. Huh. I'm just going to go ahead and link that in the Discord for people, and then I guess I can link it in chat too, but this is fascinating. I'll say it in both these too. Also for the YouTubers. All right. Wait, I did say it in Twitch, right? I didn't. Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of free crap that happens in here, so. Cat animation pack, don't need that. Actually, what I really wanted to see is actually not with Go and clear all, and then I don't want it to be UE. I want it to just be anything, because there are things that appear and the other thing that I can still use. Fast travel anywhere. Though you gotta be careful you don't get Unity garbage, because then you'll just feel bad. But it looks like it's still doing that. I keep changing crap here. Anyway. Sure. Well, not that much interesting this time. Okay. Let's talk about assorted splines. I'm gonna grab a spline. I got lots of splines, so I might as well put one on there as soon as I remember where I put them. You see me use this one a lot. Well, I mean, once you set them up, they're pretty easy. You can just, you know, drag them wherever you want. And you can right-click on a point on them to add a spline point there, and then you can bend it based upon those, including moving them around so you can rotate things and things like that, you know? Nothing too complicated on how to set them up. I mean, as far as once you're using them. And you can rotate individual pieces too, like they don't have to do things like that, you know? So those are how those work as far as using them. Anyway, the simplest way to do it is you go in the construction script so you can see this going there. Add a spline component. It's just add spline component. Right there. And then just from the spline get the number of spline points. You subtract 2 because you don't want the first and last spline point for doing this. And then a simple loop. And the loop's the starting position on the spline point. And then +1 for the ending point there. So basically you're just getting, you know, like point 1 and point 2, and just so you get the location of each of those. And you're adding a spline mesh component. This is where you basically pick your spline mesh component that you want to add. Like whatever mesh you're going to toss on there, this is it. This is the spot. Then, you know, the start and end of it. And you just connect up, you know, the first and last part there. And then it's attached component to component. And it's just attaching each of these new ones there to basically the scene root. So that the scene root moves around like that. And this will, because it's done in the construction script, you can then do it in the engine. It's probably possible to copy paste this code too or something. I don't even know. I mean, that's like the simple gist of it. That helps. Share blueprint. Oh. Spline. That is most certainly not what I was aiming for, but thank you. Can I not copy paste this screen here? Thought I copy pasted it, but all right, so you don't have to remember all that or take screenshots or whatever. Here is a link to the blueprint that you can scroll around. YouTube as well. Hopefully that helps. Good thing. I actually initially didn't even make my first spine one. What happened was it was already made in one of the free asset packs, and I was like, this is so cool. And then I started just replacing the a static mesh with a bunch of other ones there and just going, look, I can make this and this. And then later on, I realized I could randomize it and do cooler stuff with it, and they can get more complicated. But the basic gist of it is this. And I use them for all over the place. In fact, that's actually what appears around the outskirts of this when you fight her. It's actually just a spline mesh of that. After I click on it, you can see where the spline mesh is too. There's actually two of them. I should see if the new code works. Yeah. They're very handy. They're really good for paths too. Like just in general, anything that's a path is being able to be bent is awesome. They were a little finicky and weird in 5.54, but this music sounds so dumb. You can do that thing? Just do it. Seriously, you're only supposed to take 5 loops. You gonna do it? What you doing, pal? Confused by the candle? I am confused by this candle too. It's a pretty tall candle when you think about it. You doing your thing, pal? Yeah? Can't touch this? Oh, can't touch this too. Summons a dork? Sure. I don't think it works. You should have done it by now. I did make a bunch of changes, so diabolic shield check should be here. Oh. Well, that's dumb. Probably should have done this, huh? Never triggers it. Smart. It's probably why it didn't work. I just have this sneaking suspicion. If I never run the code, it never works. Perfect. Genius. I'm just merging everything together. My endless game of phone tag. Organizing into graphs is a lot better than having like 9 million macros, I've found, since you could just call the thing. This way you can keep your spaghetti in the right bowls. Very important. Spaghetti in the wrong bowl is not as delicious. You might think it is, but clearly you'd be wrong. I think it works this time. You summon 2. Exactly 2. And then it stopped counting. Why did it stop counting at 2? How did it stop counting at 2? A lot of errors going on here. Oh, I had a problem reading target actor, not this. Okay, sure. You're good. How can you only run once? How did you break out of your thing? Because right here's where it's running it, and somehow it broke out. With this being not true. Well, if you're curious, in a for loop or any sort of loop like that, you can't have any kind of weights that delays, or delays, I should say. They don't mix right, but for a do end you can. So if you want to have any kind of delay, you can have that, even though this has no delays in it. Actually, it does have a delay. 1 second. So that's a good thing to note that you can do that. So I end up doing these a lot more because of it. Might just do a couple of delays in this just to... Sometimes they get a little finicky if you don't? Question mark? That seems bizarre, but okay, sure. A lot of the issues I have at this point are timing issues. There is such a thing as a restrictor on timing. Wait, where are you going? That goes all the way to reset. Okay. Well, one, that's weird. Because I wish to be able to see what's going on a little easier than that. Maybe potentially I should do it in this order here and then do the output last. Or reset action. Wait, why does Diabolic Shield have a reset action on it? I guess to be fair, if it didn't, it would go through and do all these. I think someone Voodoo Doll has one too. A reset action which forces a restart of everything. Alright. Weird. Oh, there's a thing I forgot to add here too. Let's wait until it's all done. In theory... It used to work way better, and everything I've been adding to it has not helped. I also redid all the AI stuff because I thought it'd be easier because I do multiple types of attacks, but still having to iron out all the kinks with it. It's proving more challenging than I thought. I should have done this a while ago. It's my bad. What happened there? You summoned a minion, then never triggered the rest of her shield. ran twice, she never did it, and then... She's also standing on nothing. I just like to point that out. How are you moving up? Then you went down. Well, it didn't do a diabolic shield completely either. Right here, do this. Reset action happens before that. I assume that reset action is hers. Maybe not though, actually. That one might not be. Let me double check that that's actually hers and not one I put on everybody. Because possibly I put that on everybody. Looks like it's specifically hers. So during that time, she triggered that. She did both those, which was right here. Where are you at? I need all these. I just need the she did this. Next thing that happened was a reset action, which I assume happened because of diabolic shield here, which is this here. Is diabolic shield active? Do I not set diabolic shield active anywhere? Oh wait, it's not active false. It defaults to this, so in theory it should have ran all that. But I don't see anywhere where it actually set diabolic shield as active. If false, do this, then this. Okay, so false does this, it goes to this, so... I don't think it's the summons anymore that I need to be paying attention to. Those look like they work perfectly fine. I think it's just the, these numbers here that I'm seeing where somehow right here it broke. Like see the 2 and the 5 here. So this should be the number of times it has to iterate, the 5, and this should be the number of times it's currently doing. So the fact that it somehow broke this, because, you know, as long as this is less than, it should actually loop around. So somehow it came out false anyway. Which doesn't seem like it'd be possible, but here we are, you know? I'm pretty certain we can remove these from the equation. That shit was really hot. I'm gonna open a window real fast. Put her on the fan, but then it wobbles the green screen, which sucks. This room is definitely not cool. Alright, so we're gonna remove all these because they work. I'm concerned entirely with the actual diabolic shield thingy itself and not anything else. You cannot interrupt this attack. These complicated bosses can take quite a long time to make work. With all their unique attacks and stuff. I thought I had her fixed a long time ago, but then I caused a lot of problems. Hey Mike, how's it going? So this is where the problem happened. Let's investigate the diabolic shield graph a little more. It never actually says false here, like where it would actually go there. It just says true twice and then stops. And these numbers are completely off. Like, how'd that happen? Also, the train's going by. Searching fonts and typefaces? Nice, nice. Sounds exciting. I mostly just went with a couple that, like, you know, from a free site where they said these are just, you know, usable by anyone as long as you, the Creative Commons licensing. The train is so loud. Sometimes you live a couple miles from the tracks. Actually, about 1 mile from the tracks. So Diabolic Shield had a reset on it, and it shouldn't. It needs to reset right here only. Wait, does it? Where are you resetting the action here? Actually, let me check and see if it's just if it's the voodoo doll thing that she's doing that's resetting the action here. This other one here. Well, I should reset action there and not even involve this. I'm just gonna outright break this and see what happens. I want to eliminate everything else from the equation. What you doing? Okay, I don't see 5 of them. I see 3. Also, her shield shut off immediately. Right. Or she says, sure, that's fine because I broke her thing intentionally. It says it summoned 4 of them and then false there. That's... I do want a print string here, I think. Just to be certain that I'm summoning all of them, but something ain't going right here. That's how it goes when we build like these complicated attacks. It's just double checking things. Like I said, I had it working the first time. I just wanted to readjust how I did the AI to make it allow for complicated stuff, and ironing the bugs out for it's going to be a problem. It's going to take me a little bit, but it's fine. Sure. So I'm going to just stand by. I'm just waiting for the actual information on the screen. I don't care about the rest of it. So let's go out faster than this, I thought. 2, skipped 1 there, 3. I was right. And then it doesn't even trigger the rest of it. Oh, that's good to know. I assume this is a timing issue. Because it'll run through these here, and then, while it's doing this, it will then take forever to do these things. It has to run through and do each one there and spawn in, and in that time, it will, take too long. To do this, so she'll loop through this too many times. Assuming that's what's happening. It's possible an extra delay in here will simply fix it though. Honestly, it could just be later in the thing for all I care. It doesn't have to be beforehand. Because it's running all 5 times. Like, this works. This doesn't work right. And how often it's happening. I'll just speed it up. Also, when she does that, summon unit like this. The reason why this is not happening is I need to do a diabolic shield event. It's right here. What's going on here, buddy? There's a lot that has to go on. I'm just putting a handful of ones here so they can get an idea if it actually hit them. Wait a minute. I believe the timing on this is wrong. Like if she summons the shield first, what will happen is it'll run through all these, and then if the length of this isn't enough, it'll shut itself off. And it's adding to the array down here. In the summon unit thing. So in all reality, this should actually probably be after everything. So it waits to put all the things in the thing first and then do it. Pretty certain that's what's happening. All of that. You got all of these long chains of stuff. I could easily spend all night just working on her, and might not even have her done by day because bosses have so many things that they have to do. I actually took out one of the things she was doing, so because it didn't work very well. It was very broken. Sure. 3, 4, 5. As you can see, it was a timing issue. You summoned all 5. It just takes a certain amount of time for that stupid montage to happen, and I guess I could have like a dispatch, something that sends it back. I can just delay it too. Let's make certain she shuts it off. Weapon is so good against these things because it gets to ignore the fact this is spinning. And shut off, perfect. So what was happening was that this would begin to, she would do a check here to see if the diabolic shield was going to happen. We'll assume it happened. Basically, it was just incrementing this, and whenever it got higher than this number, then it would do that, set the timer back to 0. Okay. So then it does once. It's supposed to repeat this 5 times. I could have just connected that, but I didn't. Okay. Right here, it runs the summon unit for that, right? And the summon unit graph goes over here and says, oh, it's all good, boss. Appreciate the lurk. So anyway, the summon unit area says, okay, do this pentagram ability. That isn't going to be a problem. Play this montage, and on completion then do stuff. Now in reality, I probably shouldn't even wait for completion. I probably should just start the summons, which is might actually be what I do here. Right now I have it on completion or uninterrupted. Do this. Okay, so when one of those two happens, it does the full length of that, and then it goes down here and goes, okay, get all this information, spawn an actor. This doesn't take time. The montage took time. And then does an ability, again, doesn't take time, but the montage was taking time. So then you go back to the shield graph here, and it's like, okay, well, I'm looping through this, and this thing's doing its thing. Okay, it's gonna take X time, sure. And then I'm gonna go to this. Neat, okay. Whatever. And then I'm gonna see, like, okay, is the repeat X times like greater than the do encounter? No? If so, if it's true that this is still less, then it will continue on and loop again. But it'll come back to this, and this goes, okay, well, I have it do once and this hasn't been reset yet, so I'm going to go ahead and just bypass that and move on because it hasn't finished. And then this is going to go, okay, well, I'm just going to keep looping back through because this doesn't stop me from looping. So I put a delay here, and now it will do it. But what I might do is get rid of this delay because it's way too much of a delay, or reduce it, and instead go back to here on the summon graph, and well, where's the summon graph? I'll bring it back up. Summon unit. Summon. There you go, sure. Go back to here and instead just get rid of this instead of on those and just make it no matter what it does it with no delay. But like say, because it's going to that other graph and the graph has a do once on it and has to get all the way to the end to fix itself, to fix that do once, it has to play the montage first. The montage is too long for the loop. And that's why I say it's a timing issue. A lot of my problems are timing issues. They're very hard to predict because there's a lot of things that could delay stuff. We'll see if this works. There's 5, and now she's good to go. She's already got her thing on. Summoned all 5, no problem. Just 5. That's also why I do the print strings on all those things like that, because you can see where they're happening, the order they're happening in, and that will tell you a lot of, like, that'll help you solve a timing issue. By just seeing which one happens first and all the orders they happen in. Well, not really which time, just what order they happen in. And also potentially they can break, because, you know, there's a lot of things going on, so. She can be damaged, summon it again. She doesn't teleport to the center, which is kind of lame, but I can also set her position to the center there too, or she just does that, it's fine. Can't be hurt. If I break these. Oh, this weapon just wrecks these poor things. I figured this weapon would be overpowered. It probably should do less damage for what it is. I'm just seeing if the shield breaks over and over, so I'm doing a few test runs to see if it'll work, and then I'll give her behaviors back. And we'll do more testing, but without those problems there. It's like an assassin weapon for them, it's so good. Yeah, it works great. Now we've solved that issue in the world. Oh yeah, receipt for the epic stuff. Like, what notification are they giving me now? And now I gotta delete all those print things, which is the worst part about this, but if I was just staring at it, I never would have been able to solve that problem just looking at it, because I couldn't know. No, what they're doing is they provide a shield that makes her invincible. I might make that shield healer. That is true, that could happen. I've been thinking about it. Mostly it's just an indicator to show that as long as they're up, you can't hurt her. Which is kind of like healing her in a way. I might get a different indicator, potentially. Do this. This is actually supposed to be 20, not 2. But of course I sped it up a lot. You'd have really connected you. That was something I never thought I would actually need to do. And that's fire projectiles at an enemy that didn't do damage to them. Actually, to write additional code just for that, because it's never occurred to me I would need that. But I am having to add in a lot of indicators and things. That's part of the polish thing. Like, just because you made some content, it doesn't mean it has all the stuff that makes, you know, the content really look correct, you know? We'll call them the red circles they put on the ground in World of Warcraft, right? Without the red circles, the game would be a lot worse for people because they couldn't know where to stand. They wouldn't like it very much. I don't know if Vugat says or not. Red circles are kind of not really a Metroidvania thing. But you do want to telegraph attacks if possible. That's why the little biteys do like a little like growl at you first and then they leap at you before they just kind of leaped at you and it's terrible. But also the growl like actually acts as kind of a balance too because it takes a certain amount of time. So largely the force reset thingy is unnecessary. Well, it's necessary still. But the number of times she does it is so rare and the time I have set for it is so low. Every 2 iterations, so 3 seconds or 2.2 seconds if she gets locked up. Hey Lepus, how's it going? I just fixed a problem. It's so good. I'm so happy now. I wonder if I still have that. Hope I kept it. Might not, I think on the next break, I will get myself a drink and take a bio break. Pretty good, pretty good. We were trying to fix Voodoo's problems. She seems like she works. Also, I made a open world map to fight her on because I just wanted to load faster, so. I just made a copy of everything over here. Saved a lot of time and effort because loading that other map, like starting in, takes actually a good, I think like 20 seconds or something. It takes a while. It's gotten pretty long and it needs to be, there's a bunch of things I need to do to optimize, mostly get rid of all the brushes, which will probably dump the load time by 10 seconds all by itself. But I don't want to do that right now. I want to work on this. So this is just jump in and go, like almost instant, right? See how fast that is? It's great. That's gonna start an ad break in a second. Just want to take a bio break first before I make use of all these. I test the battle out again and see what I want to add to it. Probably more projectiles for it. Plus, her main attack doesn't hit very well. There were a lot of things I fixed along the way. But the timing thing was a big issue for her not spawning enough. That was definitely part of it. Because, I mean, like I say, it was breaking that loop there. There were a lot of things I fixed in that got changes that got added. Little tweaks that weren't working right. It definitely is a big thing. Like, the wrong timing on things can completely mess up how things operate. I mean, it's just saw when I had to do saves. The wrong time and checking to see if something should be permanent or not. The wrong timing on that could just, things could just destroy themselves or like, yeah, it was pretty bad. I'm gonna take a quick bio break real fast because it's gonna run an ad break anyway in a second. Hmm. Got to this earlier, but your stairs made with a spline mesh. They can be, if you want them to be. I mean, there's nothing stopping it. They might not even have some already made. Unless I got rid of them because I really, really hate stairs in this game. Only because hopping up them is horrible. Plus, making the AI smart enough to go up and down stairs is somewhat challenging. For no reason. Let's do a thing here. Let's grab... I'll just keep this spline here. The stairs spline. Another construction thingy. Spline mesh component. Let me find some stairs. Depending upon where the model is, like where the anchor point is in the model, it can change a lot. This, oh, not my stuff. Let's find one of the ones that started like that. Hey, Wing Poo, how's it going? Sucks, Lepus. Just tell them it's, you know, game dev or death. Like, you can't live without it. And they just don't understand, and they should, you know, definitely drop everything they're gonna do and never talk to their families again until they've solved this problem. I don't think that'll work, but I would tell them all these things just to see what they say. What's the worst that happens, right? See if I can make this work, because right now, as I just added it to it, because of where the anchor point is on this, it would actually do that with it, which is terrible. Unless you want to do this, unless you want like multiple sets of stairs like this, which would be kind of dumb, but you could do this and then like, as you could see. But there's things you can change in these. It doesn't work with every one of these. Some of the things you'll have to tweak some of the settings in those, but you can pick a different forward axis and that'll change a lot as well. There's like 3 of them to choose from, and that can make a difference. Oh, probably not here. Not every mesh is rigged to do this. You have to, like I say, if I test them, some of them, you know, this is one of those ones that ain't rigged. Yeah, well, I don't know what you're doing there, pal, but you should stop doing it, because you should feel bad. I switched to Z on this one, and now I should be able to drag it up, probably. I had a thingy on it. Yeah, it doesn't work very well on this one either. So you have to find one where it does actually connect in the right way. So I would just test a bunch of them and see which ones get the job done. Let's try a few more out. I remember I found one that worked okay, but actually these ones I made might work okay. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, taking forever. Oh, that's because they're huge. That's right. I forgot about that. Okay, and then I gotta change that up to not Z. We'll go back to X, which is the default one. I get the feeling they're gonna do what I want them to do, no matter what I want on this one. Yeah, you have to find a different one there, because this one's like all bent in a funny way now. That's funny. Yeah. That one's closer. Pretty soon it's gonna be bent a little weird though, and like, you know, it's shrunk that way. I don't think any of these are gonna do what I want. Well, I could widen my stairs. Fun. Let's see. Woke up today and was thinking the progress bar maybe would be cooler than alert with alert. Probably. I could probably use alert too for adjusting as well, but you know, I haven't done that yet. It's on the list, so you can see how much damage is dealt on things, how much things cost. It would be a lot better. I'm just curious if I have a set of stairs that'll work for this. I don't actually know. Maybe. In my experience, that if they don't work on X, tends to be they work like crap across the board. Pretty funny to try though. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get what you want on this. I would look into making all that happen. I don't know. It would take it would probably take some sort of changes in the actual mesh that I don't quite understand to make that work, or some additional coding. Yes, lerp is a funny word. I've been lerped. It sounds like an attack. Blurped. How about lerped? What's up, buddy? You doing something? You taking a while deleting that? Guess so. Yeah, anyway, I found that the spines don't work well with stairs. That's why I kind of didn't use them. Yeah, but LARP is kind of lame. LARP sounds cool. LARP sounds... It doesn't sound as cool. LARP just sounds funnier. I think it's because it sounds like slurp. When you say you LARPed somebody, they probably think that add the S on or something. Nice. That's it to work. Getting some game dev. Wait forever for this to do its thing. I believe in you. Come on. Come on. Happy now, buddy? Pal? Friendo? Guess so. I'm kind of curious how to make it work with stairs, even though it has exactly 0 use for my game. As I like ramps. My game is very handy accessible. Like handicap friendly? Yes. Poppet needs a wheelchair now. It would not work. He couldn't jump. It'd be really weird. It'd be funny. I could also just give her a car or something and that'd be just as ineffective. More fun though. Yeah, I like LARP. Linear interpolation, wouldn't remember that, but everybody remembers LARP. Pretty hard to forget LARP. I guess. Yeah, it seems hard. Alright, so I was probably just going to straight test the battle. I have her health set at 500, so this way it's not going to take 400 years. I did set everything back up to where it's supposed to be, right? I did restructure a whole graph on her, like 3 different macros got stuffed into a graph. It's a lot easier to keep track of the diabolic shield stuff when it's not 3 different macros. I don't know why I did it that way initially. Okay, well, I'm just going to go ahead and add this to, actually, yeah, add this to there, and then RFG this one. This one too. Those are the original graphs she had, but they had a lot of problems, so I don't have how I feel about them anymore. I might bring them back, I don't know. She has other projectile types too that need to be made accessible. Well, I guess to be wait a minute. Let's say I went back to using those. That means that this one here has to actually be this graph because I did make that change. I have to call this shield, diabolic shield check. Not activate diabolic shield. What are we asking here? Are you asking why I use a macro instead of a function? The thing about macros is that you can use time-based stuff in them. So if I have a function, I can't put a delay in there. So some things don't work very well in there. Also calling, I'm not sure you can actually call another event there like this. I think you can actually, but in most cases it's that. Plus you can copy and paste the macro everywhere and it's a duplicate. You want just one duplicate. It messes with them all. Functions are the same way though. Most of the time though, it's just a question of time. But you can't use a timeline or a delay in there. This one, it didn't matter. Could have used either. In fact, I'll probably actually change it up a bit. Maybe? I don't know. And here I've used a function because it's actually on a graph. So it's literally just a full-on graph that has it. So I'm just calling something, and on the graph I have access to everything. So that's pretty much what I found. The big difference is also, another thing to note about functions, I didn't mention this before, is if I give a function to like the parent, the function gets handed down. If I give a macro to the parent, the macro does not get handed down. Macros are literally tied to just that blueprint and nothing else. Found that out the hard way. Otherwise I would have put all of these macros on the NPC. But again, because of how functions work, you cannot have time related stuff in them. So unless they go to a graph somewhere, then sure, the graph can. And graphs are inherited, but a lot of these graphs I have here are specific to a character, so there's no reason to have them be on the parent. But as you can see, I have a lot of functions and other things that come from the parent too, so. And macros, though. It occurs to me, I don't know how necessary these thingies are. They might not work the way I want. I mean, they seem to. They aren't handed down, but I think that these ones also, if memory serves, are... Huh. That's a good question. Yeah, you just drag the macro out there and it's the macro itself. I mean, you can just pull it everywhere. They put the macros in place you want. It's just like a function in that regard. They can both be referenced however you like, for the most part. It really is inheritance and time that make the biggest difference. Macros can't be inherited and functions can't use time-based stuff. That's pretty much about it. Functions also don't have to have the same thing on every one of the things that have them either. The same function can do many things, because interfaces are usually just functions too. But I find the practical difference is largely time-related and inheritance-related. So much so that I forgot about the other ones. It's interesting. I'm just double checking how I programmed this because I'm curious to see how that is at the wellness check here. You are running this over and over, right? Wellness check. So named because, you know, something you can have police do when you haven't heard from someone in a long time. Yeah. Yeah, I use functions more than macros too. Macros are very useless most of the time. Like I say, other than the time thing, I would always rather use a function. And ever since I started converting things down to their own little graphs, I basically haven't used them hardly at all. Most of the macros I have are from early on, and I've been taking them out. Like I just took out 2 macros there when I restructured the entire Diabolic Shield setup. She is running it. Am I wrong on the inheritance? Curious. Show inherited? No. Okay, apparently she has access to him. But not truly access him. Like I can't just drag him out there. I can add an event wellness check. No, I can't actually call them. Okay, that is good to know. They don't appear over on the side, but you can still call a macro. I guess I was a bit confused when I didn't see him over here, but... And even with, like... With everything checked, you still can't see them. But they do show. I don't know why they don't show on the list, so that makes 0 sense. I don't care if those are all shown or not. Huh. Oh, I was wrong on the inheritance thing. It's just they don't show up on the list. You have to type it out. I didn't know. I haven't looked at this in forever. This adjusts the health widget, so the health widget's always facing you. This is something for their frozen that I never put in there. Do we even use the is dead variable anymore? That's a good question. I think this might be a problem. Okay, yeah, I don't want to override. I guess you can override the functions. That's interesting. I don't know why I do that though. Didn't miss anything, right? Sure. I'm curious to see where I'm making use of this. I might not be using it anymore. Don't care. It is dead, sure. It's just on the return node. I guess I am setting as dead still. Yeah, I'm still using it on all this. I guess I never swapped it over because I considered swapping them all over to the having a gameplay tag, but it already works. I don't really do that. Unless I want to, but that just involves problems, I think. It usually involves problems to make a change like that. What am I looking at here? Combat? Sure. This doesn't work very well. Memory source. Whatever. Let's see how it plays out first. I gave her 500 health, so it shouldn't take anywhere near as long to beat her up. Like almost like a third of her health. Perfect. Look at how terrifying it is. That is the face of true evil right there. And no one tell you different. Well, the music is kind of funny. Get popped. Get popped. What you doing? This thing is too overpowered for you. You're too stupid. What you doing? Come attack me. She can kind of get interrupted too much, I think, is her problem. She gets, like, locked up. Plus she attacks too high, which I need to fix, obviously. But let's see if she breaks over the course of this before I worry about it. Also, okay, this takes so long. It's really good against her because she can't hit you very well. Clearly it's too powerful weapon for this fight. There's no balance. You really aren't doing anything now, are you? Why are you doing nothing? Did that. Yeah, the damage on that needs to be sooner. I think I'll just apply the damage. Double hit. No. What just happened there? I have like 60 health. How'd I die? I had 60 health. Also, I'm on the ground now. That's hilarious. she died too. Okay, I don't know what happened there, but I'm very excited by this strategy here. She dropped the right key. Boing, boing, boing. You can totally fix this bug really easily, by the way. You just change her stance and she fixes herself. I just thought it was hilarious.
That's weird.
So she did the double like stomp thingy or whatever, and it somehow was lethal to both of us? Also, she dropped her loot, which she's not supposed to. I think I fixed this with Patrick once. What caused that? It sums up about how that went. If it's not a clown show, was I really coding that day? I gotta ask these questions, you know? This time till impact thingy sucks. So what I'm going to do for this, or a little stomp, is I'm just going to apply damaging the player immediately anyway. Because it's not particularly fun how it plays out now. Player damaged. Damage amount. Itself. Player character, I guess. I have a variable, I guess, for this. I guess I want to change that for some reason. Okay. Message. The damage amount goes here. This other thing is rigged to only apply damage upon landing if I happen to include a damage amount, but I'm going to do 0. I may wish to not do all these. Actually, to be fair, I kind of copy pasted all these. I never changed these up, so I might go back to these. Also, her attack is very lousy. Okay, well this is the one of Patrick's ones. Oh, never mind. I copied Patrick's on here to test them out. These aren't even the ones. Because I was trying to look at it and see if there was something weird about it. We're just doing this one here. What's this one here look like? Or 2? Unless they're swinging down with it, so that should be fine. That's your basic attack. Does that one a lot for some reason I don't understand, seeing as how I don't think she should be able to, but okay. Because I ran it straight into the true one. What's his thrust look like? He isn't doing any. That one's really low too. What's this one look like? He sweeps with it. The one she's doing here should actually be aiming down. Where is she even getting the other one? She has a thrust and a low sweep. Supposedly she's supposed to be low sweeping on that one. Honestly, the little sweep one's probably what I should be doing for most things anyway. I'm just going to use these ones here, and then I'm going to adjust them to be more complicated. Probably. Because these ranges are better. Oh, this actually has a random integer range of too many. I can fix that. Let's have her low sweep as an option too. And then... I hate this. So it will get moved on to the next one because I can't stand that. Nah, man, no. You know, at 1,000, this is actually 600 plus. Do I want to ever do an attack like that? I should could leap forward. That's an idea. Yeah, let's do this. Jump forwards. Honestly, I might want to do that at 600. This is greater than 600 all the way to 1,000, so maybe it's better here. Let's test, shall we? The whole point of doing this was to make more complicated attacks. Oops. If I'm not doing that, why did I do all this? Stab down. That's good. Ow. That time she went high. I think there's some sort of blend animation problem. Yeah, sweep low. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Sweep the leg. Sweep it. Oh, my sanity ran out. I was watching the... That's probably what killed me the other time with sanity. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, sure. Probably did that. I think I don't blend the animation on these. Maybe I just don't do that. Because blending the animation for her attacks means that she's kinda can't hit me a lot of times. That's probably the issue I'm having. Well, let's knock it to 75 and work from there. Boing, boing, boing. I love lightning, so I just literally, I'm happy it's in the background here. That time she again did it too high. I didn't know. That has no aim though. She jumped backwards and did it. That's fine. Sweep me. Sweep the... Oh, I gotta get my sanity back. I'm so busy staring at her to make sure she does what she's supposed to that I pay attention to my sanity. Sweep the leg? That's not sweeping the leg, you jerk. Sweep the leg. She's a lot more aggressive with it, that's cool. Except for when that's a thing. You just bored? Shoot him, pal. Pop. At least you can get hit by it. That's not what I was aiming for, but sure. Sweep leg? Sweep the leg. Didn't want to sweep the leg. She's like, nah. I'm sweeping the leg. Ow. She could have her reverse it and try to start swinging the mallet in to shoot on the later phases. I still have to shake the screen and provide effects for all these things too. Like, you know, this will be a bit because you got to make the bosses really cool. I also don't have a lot of knowledge of how to make a good boss, so I'm pretty certain her attacking successfully is part of being a good boss, though. Curious here. There's a turn command, right? Actually, now. Yeah. Yeah, right here, there's actually too many options. Let me fix that. Especially with doing nothing a lot of times. The whole point of what I was doing was so that I could do these chain attacks. I'm gonna do them. The other way, it was really hard to make this work. I think we're just going to work off Battle Phase 1 for a while, and I'm going to make Battle Phase 1 awesome, and then I'm going to strip it down to make, like, I'll make it Battle Phase 3 and then strip it down to, you know, be all the other phases. Like, I'll make the hardest phase first. So I find that's the easiest way to make 3 phases. You just take the most difficult phase and then start stripping things out until it gets there, rather than trying to make a easy phase harder. I want to see it. Do it. It's too slow. Go faster. Blah, 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 blah. I have a play rate. Nice. I don't know why you did that, but thank you. Montage play rate. It'll default at 1 because most montages I want to play at exactly that speed. The reason I did that is I'm pretty certain that I'll want a montage play rate on everything else. Why does Vu not have this montage play rate? Oh, sorry, show inherited variable. Play rate. Y-O-Y-O. Not showing anything. Okay. Oh, replicated variables only. My bad. Montage play rate. Technically, I can actually add this directly to here for her attack. And then just set it that way with numbers. That's allowing me to speed it up. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah, I know it's her attack. I don't care anymore. Okay. Perfect. Sadly, I can't replicate this on everyone else because her attack is different. Well, I guess I could make a default attack event that has all these things, but they don't all have the same things. Some of them have really specific weird types of attacks. Most of the enemies of like the one-trick ponies have like pretty unique attacks, actually. Such as the voodoo doll spinning a whole bunch and then launching itself like on top. Or the bitey's growling at you and then leaping, or the cannon thingies, and I mean, that's not incredibly unique, but they don't work off weapons, which is kind of what these work off of. I could copy this, but I don't think it'd save much time. Okay, so let's just go to graph 1. So let's make the first strike like 0.6, and then the next one's faster. I'm really curious to see how this plays out. Obviously, I'll have to rebalance Poppet around how hard the boss is too, so it might be really ridiculously hard. Wait, how are you hitting me that? You cheat. You're not really doing all of them at once, though. Oh, never mind. I kept that in there on the wrong graph. Sure. Is it really chaining? It's not very well here. I'm adding him in reverse. This goes. Any messages you know about? Nope. Nope. I don't know if this turn thing works the way I want it to either. So, just done this. I don't know what I didn't do there. We're learning a lot. I think I changed those on the second phase or something, and that's why it was like that. No, I didn't. I don't know what I was doing then. I think how much trouble this is to get an enemy that's 3 times the size of Poppet hit something. Now imagine a human-sized opponent. It's going to be almost impossible for him to hit Poppet. I'll have to try to stomp on her or something. Or have magic or something. A weapon will be really hard. And just be trying to drop it on her. Yeah, it does them all. It doesn't actually wait. I probably need to put all the attacks on the same thing and have a reset at the end of that. It still locks up a lot. What you doing, pal? It's like her attacks are broken. She can't use them anymore. Something happened? Can't use them anymore? Huh. Well, that's fascinating. I don't know what I'm even outputting here. I don't think I need to. So I want it to finish. I don't want it to really ever output. Once it finishes this node, then it does that instead of outputting. So that would be part of the problem there. Because if it outputs, then every time it runs through the iteration, if it fails, it'll send the information out to the next node and try to reset a bunch of times and not work. This might do what I want. I might actually have to individually set this up. It runs them all. Now obviously it's really hard for it to hit, and at that distance it's about to hit where she would hit at. But even then she hits like slightly off to the side. I'll pop it. It's like right here. Really? Okay, she needs to have her weapon turned a little bit, I think. Now she's like attacking. I'm pretty certain, because she swings slightly off to the side, and that ain't gonna work. Can I put a key? Why can I not put a key? Are you still running or something? Do I have to open this one? Oh, you can put a key on this one. Now it's better. See that hits Poppet now instead. Patrick was a lot easier because Patrick's attacks actually just hit the right height. But Vu doesn't hit the right height. She's so tall. I was having this discussion with Fox too. It's just literally like because Poppet is so small that it's hard for her to Vu to ever hit her. What are you doing? The hell? I only tilted an animation. Why are you doing whatever you're doing? It's like she has a target that isn't real. You try again if she's glitching. Rotating an animation for an attack shouldn't do that because, I mean, it's only would apply when she attacks, not... I didn't rotate her. Not the whole time, just for the attack. Well, we can tell that was too far over. That's good to know. Actually, probably only needs to be like this small amount, I imagine. Might ever do a combo attack, like a low attack next. I could just triple attack to make it kind of hard. Run through your legs. What do you think about that? It's like you have the wrong target or something. Like I'm literally moving to the side and look, she turns this way. I don't get where she's going. She's turning this way too, so she is trying to look towards me. She's like omega confused. You gonna try to attack ever? She's apparently trying to attack, it just won't let her. That's weird. Because I mean, it's playing the attack things like it's trying. What are you doing? What target are you after? The player's not over there. What a problem, child. I literally got rid of your extra target. Stop that. Just get the player character this way. Maybe there's some sort of information that's changing and I should always just get the player character via this. For the variable I could always change it up, but apparently not. Now she's facing me. But now her attack appears to be broken. Like she can't do it. How is your attack broken, lady? I only rotated one attack. I didn't remove the attack. Right. Actually, yeah, let's just go ahead and undo. She might not be able to turn. The turn thingy has always been kind of finicky, so I'm gonna get rid of it. And just have her do multiple attacks and not the weird turn thingy. What you up to, pal? You just don't attack at all? Is it because you're trying to do 3, but I was doing 4 and just failing, but... You can clearly move. Problem is just her attack no longer works. I mean, this part works, but then you go to the actual attack thing and it's the catastrophe. Montage to play is there, and did I set the play rate on all those? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. I did. Here. I think it were the outputs here, but that was also preventing her from actually finishing the things. Like, it's not supposed to output. You know. I expected Vu to be most of the night. That's why I've kind of ignored her for so long. And with the attack, just in case it matters. This one is breaking the others. Swings weapon, and then on either of these, it just does this out there. Swing. Ooh. What you doing? Now you work? You worked at first. And you stopped. Maybe I can't do this the way I want to do it. Attack 1, basic attack happened. Attack 2 is where? Attack 2 right here. Attack 3. Swing, sure. Attack 1, then attack 1. Next I went to attack 1. And then low sweep, and then here it fails. To my knowledge, it's marked as still attacking. Oh, that's supposed to turn off here. Hey Ponton, how's it going? I thought this character can't multi-attack. Come on, let's have a hug. Okay, well, you see, I want you to do the other attacks too, but you only seem to do the first one. Like, it's never happening. She's attacking now, which is interesting. Before I wasn't even letting her, and now she's doing fine. I guess before I put the attack thingy at the end, so I did make a change that would affect the code. But yeah, I ran out of sanity. I'm not worried about that. Yeah, you can see that it's marked as true when it goes to run those, and then by the time it's done with all these, it does that. It's probably again a timing issue. Like, I think I can do what I want, but there's a danger here in that the time frame these have to go in is much faster than I think. So there needs to be like a delay. Honestly, I might speed all the attacks up. I'll make them all really fast. What you doing? Okay, we're just gonna make it force it to do that because this is attacking isn't turning off fast enough. So right off the bat, I'm just gonna turn his attacking off because I don't care anymore. I don't know how necessary that was in the first place. The system already kind of locks you out of doing it multiple times in a row anyway, so that was just a byproduct of a time when that was how I was trying to defend against things before I started using do onces and mostly do onces, which are much better. They'll just lock you out forever, they don't care. Well, she's trying, but mid-animation she'll stop, so there's that problem. How are you ground pounding? Yeah, she needs time to finish the animations. But she's trying. I think a 21-second delay is really what I want to be in life. Oh, Probably not. Oh. Wait. I'm making the play rate shorter for some dumb reason. I should make the play rate faster. I'm so dumb sometimes. Instead of making it, you know, faster, it's just like, oh no, I'm just gonna make it run at like 0.4% speed. That'll be good. How come it never finishes in 2 seconds? Derp derp. That's my explanation for what happened there. She's still so tall that they don't really hit. But at least she's playing all of them. I'm gonna go ahead and remove that from the attack pattern thing. I don't think it's necessary anymore. We've evolved beyond this sad way of doing things. You're no longer governed by the rules of his attacking. I don't know why I'm keeping that. I don't even care. Sadness is strong. Yes. Not doing this anymore. Is attacking as a relic. Not that one. Can't that. And that's like her base. Stabs around there. Maybe around like here I can't lower her hips, but can I lower her hips? I can lower her legs. Is that the problem? Is that it's if I lower her hips, it moves the whole thing. all I can really do is often lower the FPS, or I can move the legs and then move the whole model down, which works really badly for the most part, I found. Wrong one. I just gotta keep adjusting these animations she has in order to do, hopefully hit the target. Almost. The last one's too slow. Like, she can hit with that one, that's good. Nope. She actually hit with that one this time. That one's just way off. That one's sort of on target. This does get wet, like so the link gets wet, but it's not really not necessary. This is gonna be indoors anyway, but I did think it was kind of cool to have. That hits you now, nice. It did not. Whiff. Actually hits. Whiffs. Why is that one like crap? It's like she doesn't have enough time to do it, I think is what it is. Probably needs a delay on it. Does it just move to the next attack? At least now I understand that I just need to put delays in there. It's like I say, so much is just timing issues. And after I put in weird things like, you know, grunts, growls, or whatever during these things, that could also be a thing. That's really weird that that one misses so badly. That time it hit. It's because it's so... Well, she's not doing it very fast, actually. That's the right one. If I get this work, I can also have her do leaps and things like that, and then have her do stuff. That was pretty good, actually. That was terrible. How does that miss me? That one's dead on the money, though. That's crap. That one sometimes hits. That one's so good. That one's only good if like, it needs to be like slightly over to the side. And, like if you're dodging, it's pretty bad. I was gonna dodge the side, and that one just whiffs. Not always, though. But we're getting there. Will they actually do what they're supposed to? Regrettably, there really is just no easier way to do this than just to have her constantly adjust each thing until it gets where it needs to be. Did I ever put this one in here? There's like a whole bunch of ones I was going to put in there and I never did. What if I moved him in? I actually got a bunch of audio in here too, I forgot about. Oh, I did. Oh. Well, I forgot. They're all right here. Some of these orders are pretty good. The final confrontation was playing right now. Come on. I don't need that then, so I can hide this again. Check these out real fast. It's this one. Added funk. Good for you. It's got the funk. Oh, the one that sounds more like a weird pirates thing. But we recognize that one. a nice neck pop there. Nice. It's not the correct music for this, but I just wanted something different to listen to. What I have isn't very good for it. Not that it really matters. Or you listen to Final Confrontation. I mean, it seems like a Final Confrontation map, even though it's not actually a Final Confrontation, but I'll create a queue and use it anyway, because, yeah, why not? I'll start eventually make my test map really awesome and then use it for something. That's how I always am. What wasn't I working on? Sidetracked. Oh, it's just adjusting animations a bunch. See if she could hit me. Now it can be more like Dark Souls. This is a very Dark Souls map. What you doing? I whiffed. How big is the thingy on your weapon? Well, she was invincible there. Like, that one whiffs like crazy. Maybe it swings to the side too much. It does hit most of the time, but not always, which is weird. Like, I want it to be an attack you could just jump out of the way of. I'm not sure why this one whiffs so hard, though. It's like she just completely misses. Sometimes. Always. Slightly faster whip around there. Let me show the thing on her weapon so I can see it better. Because I might want to do that. I also have to give her like voices and particles, and we ain't even close to finishing her. I'm not going to have incredibly large amounts of bosses. I figured this out. There's definitely a limit to how many bosses I think I'll have. Well, big bosses like this, little bosses that don't have like huge battlefield effects, sure. But it should be, I think, probably about, let's see, at least 8 bosses that have battlefield effects, maybe 9. Because they're like major bosses. Yeah. I need to see this. This here. I could also just not have music for this particular thing. I was just having fun with it, but honestly, I probably don't even want music for it since I'm gonna just be restarting it over and over. I'll probably remove it. I probably need that. I do think that her weapon just has way too low of a hit size. It needs to be fixed. Like, it hits, but it's just so whiff centric. That's actually a pretty big hit thingy. It's just that it misses there. It's crazy. I really don't think that's a problem. I think it's the right size for what we're doing. I could make it slightly larger, I guess, but it's already considerably larger than the weapon. Let me slow this attack down, actually. Well, actually, give it more time, I guess, maybe. Oh, wait. I'll leave these running. I'll just remove music for this fight. What if she swings faster? Oh, there's default music. That one hits like every time. That one's awesome. That one hits sometimes. I swear I just made this attack worse, not better. Maybe it's better without the key. I'm starting to wonder if it is better without the key. Also, the second one, I think it needs to be slightly back to the other side. It's kind of hard to judge without like Poppet standing there so I can get an idea of where it's hitting. So... a little hard to tell. Oh wait, key it. If you don't click key, it doesn't say the changes. And you can't key a montage, you have to key the original animation. That last attack's just horrible. That's weird, I thought that'd be the easiest one to hit with. Well, speeding it up didn't seem like it was very good because it made it really hard to hit at all. Does she need longer to do it? Kind of at a loss on how to make this one hit the player very easily. At least she has chain attacks now. That's definitely a win. And that attack is just garbage. Doesn't even look like that when she does it, but it looks like that when she does it in this. Never kick me. Air attack. It's not a bad idea, too. That's the one I thought was supposed to be, right? This is Act 11, which is... yeah, the one that cannot hit. This is actually one. I wonder if this is better or what. That's just a thrust. And then this one is... oh, that's 11, right? That's the suite that I was trying to use. Should we name them? These kicks look really stupid. Maybe this one would be better. This is not still the same one. This is the one that the other low one. I have no idea why the sweep won't hit. That's so weird. Unless I have any other attacks, it might be cool. I'm just at such a loss with this, doesn't it? Maybe instead I just make her abdomen and make her go swing down a bunch. Maybe. This way she just, you know, has a longer point where she's at a lower thing. I guess I could adjust her arm entirely. There you go. She canceled that pretty quick. Those first ones are pretty effective. She even, like, positioned herself. Gets pretty confused trying to get up to me, though. Getting a lot more effective up close. I like those. Let's call it, well, I guess give it like an air attack. I gotta admit, I probably don't even need an air attack. I probably could just do a regular jump too. I might test that first. Battle phase 1 is fine. I thought I made this and I don't even see it. Am I making out a different one entirely? I might have. Not intended, but sure. A 600 to 1,000, she should try to leap into an attack. Hopefully. Okay, well, she leaped, but it was so pathetic that it didn't really matter. Landing animation does not seem to do what I want.
in most instances because of her height. Kind of a worthless thing. I added it just for her because of the height thing. I thought it would be helpful. It was not. I was looking at the game animation sample for other characters, but as you can see, it's so hard to make them hit pop. I don't know if I want that too, because then that just makes it completely unpredictable if you can hit them. Oh, I ain't been distance. How much of a leap there? She has a little crappy hop. This might need to be at a greater distance too. Pretty hard to judge. I mean, Patrick uses like a leap of I think like 2,000 or 3,000 launch force. I think like half that in the jump force. And he flies all across the screen, but well, that's obviously much bigger. Probably needs a slight delay. Might actually play this a little faster too. Or just give her that leap attack. It's possible that might be better. Hopefully by the end of tonight, the Voodoo is a very cool fight, because I'm going to sink a lot of time in her, making her awesome. Well, if not tonight, then tomorrow. We got a bunch of bugs that need to be fixed early on. Yeah, that's... She doesn't land in time, so she would actually need to delay more. What if an air attack is better? I don't really leave the attack graph up too. I said I would constantly go back to it, but I keep on switching this one back out to what the other one is. It's kind of dumb. It's already on there. My wrist hates me today. Oof. Its spot does not like me. Maybe I don't use the mouse pad for the moment because it's just hurting my wrist a bit. Like proof I've been sitting in front of a computer way too much lately. I think that's actually just swinging downward. It's not actually going to probably hit her. Probably. Trying to take a quick bio break real fast. We're back. one of my old wrist brace thingies to maybe that'll help with the wrist hurting by setting on this. I want to try switching hands or something when we do mouse with the other one there or something. I haven't been streaming a lot. I haven't had carpal tunnel in quite some time, or at least the, you know, tension in that area, but if anything's gonna do it, 40 to 50 hours of streaming sure probably is working its way towards it, right? At least that's my theory. See what this even looks like. You can already tell it works, it's just it doesn't always work great. That does help a bit having the little wrist brace thingy on. Good. Good indeed. I guess I can move the other ones too on the graph. I was gonna try to get that turn thingy to work. Hey Graham, thanks for the like. I should put a command in there again for that, so it does something. I never have reinstalled that bot ever since I got hacked. Oh. No, I'm looking jet at the moment. Fair enough. We'll test the air attack thing. I just gotta change this here. I think that's the one I lost to do. Air attack, just speed 1 maybe. Hard to tell without the weapon in your hands what it'll actually hit, but jump at me? Yeah, that was clearly not happening. He goes through 3 attacks, sure. Yeah, that's not gonna help. She could just leap an air ground pound. So I figure her extra abilities will help dictate the other phases. And maybe I'll dump out a few extra attacks here during this to make her a little harder, or make her a little less hard in the other phases. Doing? You don't really close the distance very well, do you? Down? Jump. Oh, almost dead from that. Doesn't seem like that's on the ground, huh? That's weird. That's
part of that blueprint, so it should be on the ground. She did that earlier a bunch of times, now she doesn't want to do it at all. Why did she stop? Also, the base attack might be better. Better land first. Seems like the base attack is most likely to actually hit me. We could use a stomp attack. I don't really have a stomp. Best I have is her punching the ground, kinda. And she's not even punching it, she's just swinging her weapon downwards, and it looks like close enough to a punch. I think some of the casts actually might be close to what I want, though. I'll have to look and see. Just made her a caster, it would have been a lot easier on me. Later bosses might be casters. Maybe just too much launch force, honestly. At this distance. And just no delay. If she's so close to the ground. And I was just trying to do like a fake jump attack by simply having her jump and then use an attack in the air, and it works for other characters that are smaller. It really doesn't work very well for this character though. He does get closer. Seems like it's a little more effective. She just kind of leads forward and stabs, so it's not bad. It's not like a grandiose, but... I wonder if it should actually just be a little farther back, and then here, instead of doing these at point blank range, she should do something slightly different. And that's probably how it should go, so. I guess we could try 300. Sometimes she'll jump backwards a bit. And not go to that reset action, that's weird. And then sometimes they'll do that. I'll have to change all these around to different things because they're obviously a little ridiculous. Definitely put this in here. Like point blank, I should say. We'll follow that. Use the close distance is better too. Got rid of that. This is basically duplicate, I didn't need it again. Better just go ham on it and start firing. Any mess with other projectiles. This could be like our first phase though, so I don't know what I want her to really do in the first phase, or I guess like I say, just make her as hard as possible and just start adding to it. Or like removing from it. Or give her exactly the same behaviors but with new abilities for the later phases, i.e. the unique abilities. Which is largely what I had planned on doing previously. Might prove too hard. What's her default move speed? Give her a way higher move speed. A lot of times it just has her moving at 1,000 for these things, so I'm not sure if that's better or worse, but 12,000, that's insane. Yeah, this is the new one anyway. Yes, it was, yeah. So I'm not even using the new one. That's awkward. Should have been using this one. Wait, should I have? This fires X that way. I was just running these, and this other one here I set up to do not needing that. Not sure that really makes it any easier per se. That's what I should be using though. I guess this loops and the other one doesn't. Okay, so I'm set up to use this one and don't care. And homing doesn't do anything special, does it? Well, they're all set to homing, honestly. I haven't changed anything then. I guess we're doing 700, it's fine. I need to make the enemies way more aggressive is what I'm seeing. And this whole faffing off thing where they go to the left, that's dumb. Pretty certain I'd rather it just be something along the lines of like this, and we just actually... Let me go ahead and do this to make my life a little easier. I think I need to have just less options on these. I don't need this many options to test out, I don't think. Okay, if she moves left. I literally just skipped everything on this one. Well, we'll go back to this. The default music, so I don't have to hear it necessarily for this. I mean, the final confrontation sounds much cooler. I want to see her close the distance more often. She closed the distance that time. What you doing? Well, she operates a lot better than she did like yesterday when I did that test and she just broke. She managed to hit me a couple times at close. That's pretty good. Probably should make it so that her dodge is maybe a little less of a dodge so that she can stay in combat. I don't know, the dodge is pretty good for getting away from things, so maybe it's better. Her downward attack is actually very good now. Even her sweep seems pretty much better than I thought. It's actually better when you're trying to move and pretty terrible if you just stand there, so maybe that's good. Maybe it should punish the player for trying to dodge the wrong way, maybe. She's backing away for some reason. Why do you back away? You scared? You scared? Maybe. She does like her spins. I could do this slightly differently and make it easier on myself. This way I don't have to copy the graph over and over. I can just go, yep, this is good. I probably want to limit her to a certain number of attacks, though. I don't think she needs to have like a full-on arsenal of like 10 plus different attacks. She's the first major boss, not the last major boss, so you know. Probably doesn't have to be like the end-all be-all, even though this area looks pretty end-all be-all, but... What you doing? I haven't seen a ground pound in a while. She nugged me in the air. Oh, what a jerk. She's a lot tougher now, I'll give her that. She's still fast around a lot, though. Hard to really hit her legs. I don't seem to really count that well. Yeah, that's gotten way better. I think her summons need to be faster. She could also summon a unit that spawns out things instead of being just a single unit. Wow, look at that. She's just like, that leap forward is actually pretty good. She still throws things too, so. I'm actually a little more satisfied with than I thought. Well, until she gets caught on a candle like an idiot. She's done a lot of incidental damage to me, though. And we ain't even got to the phase yet. Might speed up her projectiles. This could be really hard. That's the other thing. It's just because I make this boss like doesn't. I still have to be able to beat her too. So with the abilities that are really available, sure I have a bunch of things equipped, but I shouldn't. But could just not use them and get a better test of how things are supposed to go. Keep in mind she has like a third of her health still, you know, just to make it... Oh, she plays out more interesting. I'll give her that. Why are you standing? Up with that. Freaking widow. Making me look bad again. Stop that. Well, she doesn't break anymore. That's a good sign. All of her abilities work. That's a great sign, too. Every once in a while it just does things in a weird order, I guess. I don't know. PR is not really one that shows up very often. The wrist thingy. It's less though now that I put that on there. I have been in front of a computer a lot lately. Always just the keyboard and do it in the opposite direction. Use my left hand for the mouse. Haven't done that in a while, but maybe. That's so weird though. I don't know if I can do that because then I can't do any of the shortcuts. Okay. I'm so used to hitting all the shortcuts of the others and they're all on the wrong side of the keyboard. Sometimes she doesn't close the distance very well. I do worry she gets too hard if I, you know, make her have way too many things. You can do the little ground pound though, which is one of the better attacks. I also think her summons could be a little quicker. Maybe not too much quicker though, because they start to really add up over the course of the fight, and she probably needs an array of summons too. She could actually just summon like 5 of them, and then as soon as it's like they're all destroyed, she could do that. She could be like the same thing as the other, except for voodoo dolls. What I want to do? Oh, the voodoo dolls do not get added to the spawn array. But I'm gonna make another spawn array, I guess. This is to prevent her from just having infinite of these things. So. I could try to give her the voodoo doll thingy back, or like mini pop, maybe. I did like the idea of mini pop being a little voodoo doll Poppet. It just plays so weird. You already don't really switch between attacks that fast. You are spending a lot of time running away just trying to get your resources back in this fight. And a lot of it is played out in the dark. The whole central area. That reminds me, actually. While I'm thinking about it, the handles are too high. Almost forgot. Are they too high, or is it just that one that was too high? $99, $98. Oh, weird numbers, huh? 96. Let's just put them all like 96 and get over with this to make them all perfect with each other. I don't know why I manually placed them at that height. That's weird. Then I was gonna add this here. Here's the length. Where are we capping this? I mean, it can get pretty obnoxious if she has like a million. Also, it'll probably slow down weaker computers pretty badly, I imagine. We just cap her at 5 helpers and speed up the process. I think I cap her at 5 and speed it up. So they're basically always present, for the most part, or present a lot, but they're not. There's not like 20 of them. Now, the reason for this is just easier to make the chords look nicer. That's all. Is it? Wait. Alright, so if we're listening to a 5, then I do want it to summon this, or start counting. Wait, that can't be right. So if it's greater than or equal to 5. True, I didn't want it to count. And if it's less than or equal to 5, I don't want it to count. I do, that's right. For some reason, the logic was just escaping me for a second. I was like, this is... doesn't make sense. Let me check spawned. This might not do what I want because I don't usually account for them having this many arrays. Hey, Band City Oliver, how's it going? Or just Oliver if you prefer. I've never used UE Fortnite. I don't see why I'd want to. It's really, I think, my best explanation for that. I think about a year and a month, a year and 2 months at this point. Trying to make this character not spawn more of this enemy until the enemy is overrunning the map like it's been doing. And I'm trying to remember where I did for this. Sure. I was working on this fight here. It's not even remotely finished. I have her health set to dumb. Low, but I'll set her health back to where it's supposed to be anyway. I might have broke her second mechanic by doing what I just did, but that's fine. I know, I'll just leave her health really low. Her health's supposed to be like 3x this, but I don't really want to spend like the next 30 minutes fighting her or something. You get an idea of what it looks like. So the main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you gain curse power but lose your sanity, and if you're in the light, you gain your sanity by being no curse power. If your sanity ever hits 0, you die. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. This is the Fool, the squeaky toy. I'm still working on her things like that. She will attack, but she's got lots of bugs right now, and that's what I'm working on today, is to fix them. Like I say, I have her health set to like a third of what it's supposed to be to make it, I can test things faster. Yeah. Right now she's like, I don't want to fight you. You see how it is. We've been going back and forth all day about, you know, how her working conditions suck and how she doesn't want to work in these conditions. She's like really upset about this. Now she's gonna call her agent. And you know, I keep explaining to her that nobody will hire her because she looks like a giant voodoo doll. And she says she still got it. And, you know, it's like that. Or something. This is the Empress. It makes healing mushrooms that count to 10. And if they count to 10, then they become active and heal anyone nearby. And it also does explosive mushrooms too. It's also got other mechanics too that can be used not in combat. This game's about, like, say, probably about 14 months in for this game. I'll show you the regular area. I have like a lot of things I'm not supposed to have right now. This is the star that trades sanity for health and health for sanity. Alice Madness returns, Little Nightmares, anything involved with creepypasta, you know, take your pick. Anything involved with creepypasta and dolls, I should say. Thanks for the follow. This is a Temperance, it's a bubble wand. It goes pop, pop, yay! I'll get her to the last phase. You can see what, like, you know, she's got like multiple phases, and I'm trying to make her more aggressive. She's kind of been a little not very aggressive so far. No. He did just stab me in the head though, so I mean, I see where it is. Actually, I could use a magician and throw things at her. Oh yeah? You think you're so cool? Ah. Take that. The blueprint is because I was keeping... Oh yeah, blueprints for the thing. I thought you were talking about the blueprint in the corner for the desk. Yeah, it's all blueprints. Well, this is the insanity effect. I guess I'll go stand out in the center so you can see it. I'll use this. That's the insanity effect as you lose your sanity. It'll get worse and worse and worse. For some reason, the music's not looping. Weird. Fair enough. We didn't like the music anyway. Now that's what you get when you're shield deving it, you know? Yeah, in this phase, she actually summons 5 minions and gains an invincible shield. Then she starts spinning the battlefield, make it hard to keep with the lights and everything. And as long as these minions are alive, she cannot take damage, so I need to hunt them down and do any damage I can in between. She will summon them back to the central area to make life harder on me. This is the dodge. That's what I'm doing here. That's weird. I set that music to looping and everything. Why is it not looping? I have questions. It's so sad without music. I'm almost depressed. Oh, should we use the bubble wand? Suck bubble wand. This is a weapon I was working on recently. Humble bundle. Thanks, yeah. You'll see the game's got a lot of craziness behind it. Obviously this is more just a fight that you're doing. This isn't actually the actual battlefield for it. It's actually inside of a building, but this is my testing ground because I thought it would be cool. I put a storm over basically what was the other battlefield. It just loads faster than the other levels, so I thought it was sweet. Maybe I'll teleport people here because it's so cool. Thanks. Now we murder these things here and see if I can kill the boss in shorter order here. I'm back and fight. Shield down yet? I got them all? Did. I've also got a super mode I can use too, which I'll use what grows big. I'm almost dead. Oh no! Get away from me! I picked it up, I don't know, a few years ago. Actually, almost 5 years ago. Then I took a break from it for like 2.5 years because of health problems, so... Continued my RPG Maker projects at the time because I hate myself or something. That's my explanation for RPG Maker. Do not question. No. I'm a solo dev. Rita is a crazy person. who thinks that this is a good idea as your solo dev. Come back to me, music. You stole my music, people. Am I good now? What do you mean good now? Ah, yeah. You know the pain. You know the suffering. You know, a lot of them are long term. It's not as bad as it was, so basically don't injure your neck or spine and you'll be better off in life, okay? Just take my advice on this one. You can probably accept it's true. Maybe not. Some people don't think it like that, but I get the feeling that it's probably true. And that's what I've learned in life. Should just use the other weapon that just shoots her. It's a lot easier to hit her. But overall, yeah, it's not the worst. I say that, knock on wood or whatever. Something like that. Exploding mushrooms for everyone. You get a mushroom and you get a mushroom. Everyone gets a mushroom. I have to make a lot more of the abilities for the game, but some are already in here. It was pretty hurt. Are you taking damage somehow during this? Oh my gosh, she took damage with the shield on. No, she didn't. Okay. No, she died. Oh, she's broken, huh? Oh, nice. Well, glad it worked out. I forgot I have double jump enabled. I've never in my life played Fortnite. Also, yay, we can leave now. There's so many bugs with this fight. She shouldn't have been able to be hit there. Whatever. Alright. Let me load at the regular level, not my test level.
Well, I got more to show you. I got about an hour and a half to 2 hours of content, depending upon how fast you, well, actually, if you know the right way or not. I could. A lot of the mechanics in this game might not be possible in Fortnite. I don't know if I'm going to do a whole hour and a half test. I usually don't do that all the time because, well, it eats a lot of the dev time to do it. Sometimes I do after a raid. Usually when I want to test everything, but I'll play a portion of it. He's like the boss that's an hour and a half in. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to do that, but okay. I don't know why I would want to convert this huge project over to Fortnite. You know how much time and effort that would take for a limited market? Nah, I'm good. It's terrible. No, this one's definitely going on Steam. This is the action room it's supposed to be in, but I just wanted to test. I didn't really feel the need to do the other. Yeah, I'm definitely not looking into anything else extra or any changes in general at this point. That's gonna keep working. Yeah, this game isn't light. I haven't got to that point yet. I've been reducing a lot of things and wants to rebuild the nav because it always does after I save, even though I just built it. It just does things. One does not question why it builds nav. So as you can see, it's a steampunk game in a steampunk city. You're trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store. That's got a curse now. I was just adding this new section up top so you could actually go wander around and see outside of the city. But, you know, it ain't done yet. Well, some sections of it are, but other sections now. Where's the other one at? I can't even find stuff. It's terrible.
Yeah, you get an idea of things like that. This doesn't even need to be here. This was gonna maybe be there, but I get rid of it. A couple back in the RPG Maker days. I really haven't finished this one or anything of this scope ever. This will be the biggie. If I don't finish this, well, I don't know why I would stop. If I stop this, I'll just stop game dev. Like, oh, wait, what? Yeah, you can see you can look out at the city and everything too as you're going along, which is a lot of fun. Poppet's very tiny. This is an area I'm working on. There's not actually anything here, so I'm not too worried about it. She dies if she goes in the water, but later on there's a tarot that protects you from the water, so you'll be able to go underwater and do things. I don't have that tarot enabled though, so I just eat it. Let me disable tarots and test. Yeah. That's another one there. I mean, that one's very cinematic and it's not a Metroidvania, but I've definitely seen people play it and it definitely has the same concept to it as far as being a tiny little doll, or toy I should say in general. I don't recall if they were dolls. They were just random toys. But maybe not. Those are like that. Have I saved everybody? We'll see if it has any bugs along the way. Last time it had a whole bunch of bugs, so in the early rooms no less, I had to do a bunch of dumb crap to play around the bugs. Let's remove this game mode. Sure. Actually, I could just start. Doesn't even matter. Let me check the painting world real fast, make certain it has those. No, let's play it the first, maybe like half an hour of it or something. Give you an idea of some of the abilities and things. I'm just checking the game mode because I have two game modes. One that's designed for testing and one that's designed for actually, playing the game. I will enable this music thingy as a default just in case something breaks. Alright. Should be good. I can close this crap up to speed the game up because it could use it. Now she's facing forward again. Aw, that's so cute. I mean, the Unreal Source Discord's pretty good. You can join a bunch of indie Discords as well. But I think Unreal Source is probably your best bet for everything. You can actually put a channel invite in the thingy. One moment, I'll grab a channel invite for it. Do that and then do it. Awesome. Welcome to Discord. Yeah, that's the Unreal Source one, and I'll link it on YouTube as well. And that's pretty much a good place to go for pretty much everything involved with Unreal. I don't know if you're going to find a lot of, specific people chatting with you there, but there's a lot of devs there. Let me re-enable streamer mode so I don't have to hear this thing every 5 seconds when it beeps at me. Can't get a link with streamer mode up. How'd I learn? I went to YouTube and watched how to make X game tutorials. I started with a platform one and went from there. Wait, and I could change real fast so this works. And then I switched to like a open world RPG. And I just started adding things to it to see how X thing worked, and it was in learning how to merge various tutorials, I basically discovered how to do a lot of things. That just yeah, it's just you learn a lot by just trying to cram things together. And
just kind of experimenting. I started working on my project. I had nothing to do with anything involved with anything computers prior to starting RPG Maker in 2019. Nope. Well, okay, I sold products online. Does that count? So I guess that's computer related. I mean, technically, I was selling online. So yeah, this is where the game actually starts, as you can see. This is where you get the fool, which is that squeaky toy. It's very excited to see you. It does get a bit laggy because I started adding a bunch of brushes to this thing. I need to finish making stuff, so if the test seems a bit laggy, well, Unreal Engine plus streaming plus all these does not help. Actually, I can probably speed it up a small fraction by getting rid of this. I don't know. It's usually the place you want to sell your game if you actually want to make money with it, because the market's the vast majority of the PC market, so take that to mean what you will. I mean, I'm going to sell it on Epic and there, because if you sell it on Epic and you make a lot of money, you can you get over $1 million and they take less of a fee if you happen to also sell it on the Epic market. So I'll do that. So not every character that got killed ended up in a doll like this one, because she was killed and her soul went in a doll, you know. One of them, their soul got stuck in the paintings, and she lets you travel through the paintings to the painting world, which is kind of like a liminal space that connects all the paintings. Which hopefully works this time, we'll see. I might have had some bugs with it last time too. Whenever you unlock paintings, they'll appear here and you can use them as gateways to things. You can also save some toys by throwing them into here, in which case they'll open up little shops. There's a bunch of testing things in here because I'm always working on crap. You can definitely tell the game is working its way to alpha. This is Tinka, my Discord's favorite waifu. She mostly just has a key that she gives you at this point. She's eventually going to be very story-oriented, but otherwise she's just kind of floating there doing her thing. She like lives out here. I have to do a bunch of work on the painting world, but eh. She saves by jumping into toy boxes. I just came here for a key. Yeah, we'll see. I'm aiming for like a release in like October of 2026. So, I mean, I work a regular job, so the odds that I'm going to finish this at a super fast rate, probably not very high, unless I get like a bunch of publisher money or something. So I can quit my regular job, which I don't think is going to happen. So, yeah, I mean, maybe it'll happen, but I want to reach the point where I have a pretty awesome product before I go before a publisher. Or Kickstarter or something. This room's currently being reworked. It's going to become the strength room. I started working on an altar for it because I want to give altars to all of them. But since I don't have didn't finish it yet, you'll have to be you'll have to imagine how great it'll be. Strength lets you parkour basically. You can grab ledges and things like that, leap over things, stuff like that. Well, she can already jump, but she can grab these now. I really gotta finish all those brushes up there that I added that are adding about 15 frames of lag. These are just placeholders for... I'm gonna put something of that height there, but this room is next in line to be fixed. All the rooms after this are pretty good. This room used to be pretty good, but then I made a new first room, which is the room I was just in. And now I gotta change this room to showcase parkour, which sucks. I kind of liked the room before that. I also just totally missed that jump. Yeah. The Fool's awesome. Exactly what you'd expect out of it. And poor computer's like, well, why would you do this?
I don't know, computer. Oh, we got this though. So laggy. I missed it too. Oh my god. What makes a squeaky noise? Ugh, I missed that jump. I feel so lame. I could have it say all the words, but it would get really irritating really fast, I imagine. Unless I'm gonna have Poppet say the noises over and over. I don't know. We'll see. I can't believe I missed that jump. So lame. Every time I play this, the lag amount is different depending upon what I'm working on, so it kind of messes with me a bit. Yeah, OBS, Unreal Engine, you know. But mostly I just added a bunch of geometry brushes to the level because I use them to make, you know, static meshes, right? For all the rooms and things, so... I was building the whole area up above, which means there's a whole army of new ones on there, and they're so slow. They're so hard on these things. So... Like, you're not supposed to leave them that way. They're supposed to be to lay out levels and turn those into static meshes. That's what you're supposed to do with them. But I was like, nah, I'm gonna work on that boss today. So I'm working on the boss today. That's how it goes. Every day a different thing. Not always a different thing, but... sometimes for my sanity, every day a different thing. Oh... Metroidvanias? Some RPGs, I guess. I don't get a lot of time to play games anymore. There's really not enough time in the day for these things like games. Because I spend like 8 to 10 hours a day, 5 days a week doing this and work a regular job. Game time is pretty limited. Most games I play now are this. And this mostly only. Okay, block. Yeah, there's just not enough time. I wish there was. Man, the lag's making this hard. Where do you get the magician? Grab it here. Maybe how it works for the game. I should make an optimized version of this for testing. This is the magician. This is the one that picks up small objects. You can also manipulate drawers, cupboards, door handles, turn lights on and off, you know. Basically just mini telekinesis. I have a few cannons in this room. This is one of my testing rooms. No. And the reason for it is because it requires 2 people, and I hate co-op. I am such a loner. I hate co-op games. And I fell. I didn't fall all the way. Really? I'm doing terrible here. Yeah, I won't willingly play a co-op game if I can avoid it. I just won't. I just don't like them. I'm fine with killing people in games, that's fine, but I'm only on my own team. Even when I played MMOs occasionally, I would go solo all the dungeons and raids, and I was like, this game is easy. Why do people even need parties? Lame. And sit there and, you know, work the markets just because I'm a terrible person. I'm like, I'll just make all my money off the markets. I don't even have to play this game. Suffice to say, I'm like the worst choice for a lot of things. And this lag makes this hard when it comes to those games. I think I'm gonna murder those things. So much in this room for my testing things that isn't supposed to be here, that these rooms are way harder than they're supposed to be. Once you get past these rooms, it's not that hard. But since these things are here when they aren't supposed to be, it's a little harder than it should be. I think I can go over and get the save point though, so I need to murder this. Alright, let's try this again, but this time with being shot at less. No one cannon, but... Ow. Okay, well... if they shoot you out of the air, you will fall. I might need to kill both of them, too. They're alternating their attacks just annoyingly enough. It's making this real hard. Ow. Yeah, it's just enough where it's making this really tough to do. We good now? Can I sneak over here? A lot of damage I'm taking here. It's not normally this hard, but today it's this hard. Ow. So just killed him. God, these things are irritating. I'm proud of myself for making them. That's all I have to say. I'm proud of myself for making them. See if I have enough health to even kill this boss thingy. It's like a mini boss up here. You can go outside as long as you're attached to the building still. Otherwise the curse will get you. You'll just die. Because actually the curse is what powers you, so if you leave completely, you just die. We advise against that, but you are welcome to do so if it amuses you. I won't stop you. Ain't no one stopping you. And I include some drops for these enemies too. I think very few of the enemies actually have drops in there yet. The game's just so big. Right. You can fall through the cracks. You really can. Poppet's not very big. Usually I design with a goal. Oh, really? My wrist has been hurting all this. I have a wrist brace on. Wow. And this lag is making this so hard. Those stupid brushes, they're so horrible. They're like right above me too. They're just above that ceiling, so... because I was building a level right above this. I guess I'm doing around again. Wow. I missed the worst jump possible. Fair enough. Wait, what am I doing? I don't gotta climb back up here. All I do is get out here. I already opened this door. You just go through the door. Usually with some sort of goal in mind, where I want you to get to, and then I just kind of build rooms often based on a theme, and then keep reiterating it to be more interesting. And these aren't even that interesting rooms. Actually, I just have this open. Oh, I think I left this open anyway. I'm just gonna skip all that then. In the interest of hurrying this along, because I have a lot to fix. Oh, I can't close that door yet because I don't have the key. There was a bug earlier where this key didn't spawn, so I left it open. I probably did the same with this room too, did I? I'll find out. The toy maze. I have like pipes you can run through in various places. I like to make every room a bit different. I have to get to the best room. Everyone likes the best room. It didn't start out as the best room, it's just the best room now because it keeps getting added to for whatever reason. It's kind of a hub, if you will. It might become less of a hub in the future, I don't know. It's kind of already... You want to put your hat on, lady? I guess I put her hat off. I guess I'm counted as being in light. Oh, that's right. That one type of enemy's out there. It's hiding through on the other side of that wall. Well, that's the case. I don't even want to fight you. I'll have to show you the enemy that's hiding out there in a second. I created a new enemy, and the enemy is a roving light. And what it does is it prevents you from gaining your curse power back. Well, it's around, so you have limited abilities to fight it. It's not a particularly smart enemy, but that's okay. I'm just running by these because I know the right way through the maze, so I'm not gonna spend longer than I have to. Apparently I'm gonna jump over here though, by accident. That's cool. That was bad, I don't remember it. Billy? What you doing, pal? It is also 3 AM for me. I'm sitting in, well, not sunny right now, California. Just saying. I stream all night. Really? You're gonna follow me? I thought we were buddies, man. Really? You gonna do me like that, bro? Wow. I mean, there's a light up in the corner that says you're cursed. There's the indicators in the lower left for your stats. There's a sanity gauge that appears, well, those are the insane messages that appear, so you know your sanity is dropping. There's a light that shifts around you so that you're in this darker look there a bit too. Maybe I can rescue some toys by picking up the magician and carrying him with. Vancouver, huh? Nice, nice. Can't say as I've ever been north of the ice wall. I just imagine Canada's on the other side of that ice wall from Game of Thrones. I know it's not, but it's funny assuming that. There's White Walkers up there riding moose. There's a moose here, moose there, right? Or whatever the plural of moose is. Oh, let me dump this through. Come on. Come back here. Get in the painting. Get the painting? Get the painting. Get the painting. How are you not in the painting? There we go. Fighting me. I might give out the ability to throw things to the magician much earlier. As you can see, whenever you rescue a toy, they open up a little place here. I don't know. I mean, I think level design is probably my favorite. I guess if I'm just building things, it's a lot of fun, but I kind of enjoy a lot of game dev, so I'm not like the most picky. There's not a lot I don't like. There are things I do like. There are things I'm not as big of a fan of, but you buy things like it's Zelda, kind of, you just talk to them, then if you have the money. I haven't put pictures in them for you yet, but get an idea. And as you can see, the new painting is floating over here in case you want to wander back through that particular painting. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like designing characters. I like a lot. Make a lot of things as I'm doing this. I need to fix a lot of bugs and polish and then rework one of the rooms too. Yeah, this enemy emits light. Tries to ram into you too. Might have a package version in the future for testing, and they just blow up into tiny pieces. Making enemies that blow up is awesome. I make weird steampunky things and then blow them up. It's pretty much my favorite thing. These doors should be locked, but I left them open from last time due to a bug. And the bug didn't happen this time, so... This one too, I left it open for that exact reason. That's okay. Just assume that since I had the keys, I would have unlocked him. Oh, this is another enemy I made recently, too. It sprouts heads and launches them. Are you hanging out up there? Really? Okay, there's a save box right here, so I can just cheat. You know, I think you lot would be way better if you stayed in there. Or not. I guess they're coming over here. Fine, you know what? I got out of the way good. Fantastic. Now I'm slowly making things to go inside these control panels. And every time I do, I turn them into enemies as well. Eventually, though, I'm going to put like metal sides on these that you can break open and cords and everything in them too. It's a long-term project. Like, I keep adding to them, so eventually they're going to be really sweet. Very long-term, though. Didn't quite hit with it, yeah. I gotta give myself the ability to throw things in. Can you grab that? Yeah, a little finicky, I think, is the best way to describe them. Really finicky? I saw Control. Actually, I played Control, and I decided I had to have a mechanic involving it, so... Theirs is obviously much better than mine. That's true. Laggy laggy? Pretty much. Woohoo! Woohoo! You can duck. There are areas you can use that. Not incredibly useful, but there are places. Not totally useless. This is the only room in the first chapter of the second biome. Sorry, it's the only room from the second biome in the first chapter. See the city above like that? It's got a giant glass roof. I'm actually adding the ability to go to the floor above from here as well. Yeah, this is the new area I'm adding up here. I'll run up here just for funsies, even though I don't even know if I included lights. Uh-oh. Actually, I'm permanently in light. Uh-oh. Okay, so something broke. I just thought I'd point that out. I'll have to save and load to fix it. It's the problem with those enemies, the light enemies. Yeah, eventually it's going to go up here to the third floor. Aha! Works for me. Yeah. Sucks I can't get the curse thingy back there. I gotta fix that bug with that particular enemy. That's really obnoxious. Oh, those aren't quite connected. It's okay, I don't need the curse power for this anyway. Except for to eat this turtle. I'm gonna do that. You know what you did, baby turtle. You know what you did. Into the pool. Baby turtle and I have had an ongoing animosity for every single test ever. So the Empress grows and shrinks plants is its main traversal ability. I can also just jump in the water and die too. Whatever. We'll try that again in a second. Every time I do this, the lag makes it a little, every jump different, so I keep changing the amount of lag. I should at least fix the light thingy. Well, will it? I don't know, I'm gonna save real fast. I have an entire menu system already, as you can see.
But there is a bug that when you kill one of those light enemies by you, it stays forever as though being a light, and you never gain Kirsch bar back. So give it a second to load the thingy. Maybe load the thingy. That should fix that problem. Yeah, you saw the tarot menu already. There's a map that's showing the rooms I get to. And as I add more floors in, it's gonna have more things to do. It mostly just shows where you're at and where they connect to. Because it is a Metroidvania, I don't want to show you where all the secrets are. I'm building a collectibles menu. There are these crystal balls that have a story. I've been told there's more too, but I don't have all. The options menus here. As you can see, most of it works except the audio for some reason. You change the controller, things like that. So all that's in there. I got stuff in here. That's true. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, you see up in the corner how it changes the indicator for whether or not you're in the darkness or not. I used to have things that went over the whole screen, but it just made it annoying and hard to see. I've tested so many things, and I eventually arrived at just an indicator in the corner and a light that changes on the player subtly. And of course, the insanity effect, which tells you, hey, you know, you're going nuts, you should probably do something. Alright, let's see if I can make what's normally a very simple jump. Some of them you have to jump on when they're low, some of them you can jump on when they're high, it just depends. Yeah, everyone likes this stuff. This room's so pretty. That's why it's probably had the most work on. It keeps getting added to because it's now huge. I'll pull out a tarot card, and currently it's just hit, like, I currently have it set as V, or there's a button for it, and you just pick the one you want and click it, and it equips the card. There's gonna be 22 of them, so, because that's all the major arcana. It's not too hard. Is it the most ideal way? No, but it works. I could probably set up some kind of a hotkey thing for it, but there's going to be 22 of them, and I originally had like 4 hotkeys available, but it just didn't play very well. It's really what it was. When you go into a menu, you'd hotkey a bunch of them, and then well, you do switch between them for puzzles and things. I mean, these rooms here are just to illustrate how they work. So in this room, you exclusively use the Empress. But, you know, then you'll end up using other ones there as I get more and more of them. So right now, the only 2 I have that really do much for purposes of puzzles are, you know, the Magician and the Empress. The Fool can break things that are in the way. So it does come into play sometimes. I did kind of skip out on doing some of that, I guess. But you'll start to see, especially when I get like the Hierophant, which will give you a better idea of what's going on in the game. I figured I'd play to the Hierophant room, or maybe a room or 2 beyond it. The fastest way back right now is actually to jump in the water and kill yourself and I go to a save point, but I'm not doing that. And I'm doing that actually. The lag, man, it's so weird. It keeps changing everything around to me. Meant to do it. I watched people play it. Like, I watched a playthrough of the whole game. See, I can watch people play games while I'm eating food or something, so it's not too bad. I'm gonna take a shortcut down here, because I don't get to a secret area, because Wait. I don't want to go down there yet. I have a better idea. Before I go down there, the key I want's up here. Yeah, it looked cool. I mean, it's still like
like a linear adventure game, really. It's not a Metroidvania, but the concept behind it, the vibe and everything is very much what I'm aiming for. Well, okay, they're trying to work out a relationship thing. Poppet's upset that she was killed, but you know, it's kind of like the same story if you don't think about it, right? She's trying to find a way to survive, you know, either get her body back if that's even a thing, or survive without the curse so she can leave, even if it is just as a tiny doll, rather than just being stuck here forever. So it's like the same story, yeah. Okay. I guess in that one, actually, they had to get out by a certain time, or they were stuck that way forever. So, in a way, that is somewhat similar, I suppose. Let me in! Let me in! I'll hide. You can't see me. I have stealth. There's no stealth mechanic in this game. I'm totally making that up. There's no stealth whatsoever. I'm gonna hide behind it anyway. Ow. I deserve that. Yep. There's a lot of mechanics in this game. Stealth is most certainly not one of them. It is not built for stealth. It will never be built for stealth. This is not a thing. I mean, there's gonna be ones which I think make the enemies not attack you, but I don't really think it's like stealth per se. They're not gonna spot you or anything. At least I don't think so. Maybe, but at some point, it's not really built for stealth. The game's just not built for stealth, so I don't really know how well it would work. Well, they all work off the same curse pool, or some of them drain your sanity for additional effects. So you do have limited times there. The longer you stay in the dark, the longer you have cursed powers, that helps. Or the longer you're in the light, you have sanity, which can also help. You do have to balance them a lot. I wanted this key here. I didn't bother to grab the crystal balls. I probably could have, but I didn't. Okay, now I'll go get this thing. My theory is if you can go somewhere, go ahead. I don't care. It's fine. Sneaky. There's a secret area over here. Ooh, don't fall in the water. Optional rooms are optional. True. There's actually multiple ways to go through here. I just have my favorite way. Oh, actually, wait. Is that my favorite way? I like that way. But this way is also pretty good if you can do it. It's hard to do with lag. So I'm not a big fan of it if you're lagging, because then you kind of bounce off things and it's pretty difficult. It does save a bunch of time if you can do it, though. That's true. But it ain't easy. Especially if you fall off like an idiot. That doesn't help. The trick is just don't be bad. If you're not bad, you're actually good and it works out. Yeah, I don't know if I can do it with the lag. She doesn't stop as normal. Like, she kind of bounces off things, and when it's laggy, it's a little weird. I'll try one more time, then I'll just take the other way, because I would have already done it by now if I took the other way. The other way is easier by a lot. Oh, cool, I got it. Do 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 do. Aha! Grab. You can actually go around and get onto those and go up this way, but that's, you know, what people who didn't grab the ledge do. I myself prefer to grab that ledge. I don't even technically need this key, I just get it because I can. It's not like the worst choice to get it. I guess I could take the other way up. Yeah, whatever, I'll go this way, it's fine. The little orbs below it tell you how many versions of the card you have. You'll see how there's other ones available. I'll get the Empress 2 and 3 because they're really early when they're given out. Just because it's actually a completed weapon as opposed to the other ones which are not completed. Only the Empress and Strength are actually even remotely close to ready. with all their pieces, and even strength's kind of limited too. Oh, that's awkward. Get out of the pipe. Get out of the pipe. How are you in the pipe? Physics means nothing here. Nothing. Can I jump out? Okay. I guess there's a bit of weird collision there. Also, it didn't jump. Yes. Well, I wanted to do it this way. What I really want to do was show you the alternate route, and that's why I'm doing this. Yes. Am I stuck in the light again? Did that error happen again? Grab and get up. Thank you. I'm gonna have a packaged version of the game I keep around just for testing, so this way I don't have to play with the lag anymore, I think. I'll make it like tonight or something. Alright. Now they made this look harder than it was supposed to by a lot. There's a card that removes moon doors as well. It makes things that are illusionary real, and illusionary things, actually real things illusionary. Not everything, just some stuff. It's not actually going to be in this area though, so it's not really done, would be the best way to put it. Hopefully that didn't glitch, but if it did, I can always save and load, I guess. I like this room because you go underneath here, it's kind of cool. Oh, I forgot to get something down there. Oh, I'm so dumb. I just made my life way harder than it needed to be. I'll be right back. I don't know why I did this. I went over there specifically in that order so I could avoid having to backtrack. Then I didn't grab it. Man, that's rough. It's so rough. Oh no! Oh, I did made it. Yay! I didn't think I was making it. I thought I was doomed. I was like, cruel, cruel world, blah, and that was it. Game over. Okay. What I actually was supposed to do, this is like a secret item. You got there's all these goodie boxes, and they tell you, give you a clue on where their key is. And they always have something really powerful in them. This is the second version of the Empress. What it does is it, I played this like a lot. I keep changing it though, so. Yeah, these make healing mushrooms as you saw earlier. So that's what this one is. Oh yeah. Alright, now back up here, because I was supposed to go out this way after I grabbed that. I could have gone out the other way too, but I wanted the, Actually, is there any reason to get anything out of that? Not really. I guess I can go out this way. It's true. I mess with it, play things, just do things that I find fun. It works out. I could go back in that one room there and do the rest of it, but whatever. I do think that enemy keeps glitching me though, so I need to fix that, because that's a real problem. These collectibles don't do anything yet. They're just here to remind me to do them in the future. That's why I say this is more like an October of 2026 type of game, because I want to release around October, because, I mean, look at the game. Why wouldn't I want to release around October with this game? Right? It looks like an October game waiting to happen. Yeah, I'm totally glitched. Because I should be going into the dark over and over, and I'm not. So I'll just do a save load thing. I need to fix that one enemy. None of the enemies have this ability but that one. And I thought I fixed this. Weird that it doesn't seem to be fixed, but whatever. Yeah, no curse bag. I'm so sad. Alright. Thankfully, a lot of the bugs can be played around, so it's not a big deal. The alcohol's almost gone. Yeah, more. Drinking and coding is the best way to do it. Anyone who says different, nobody likes them anyway. I'm gonna estimate 10 hours. I don't know if that's true. That's just an estimate based entirely upon I have like 20 to 30% of the game completed already, so who can really say what it'll be like by the time it's over? Plus, I've also never played it with the story involved, and I know where to go. So this area is probably much longer than I think it is. Also, giant pumpkin. Actually, first we'll turn this light on. Then we'll make the smiling pumpkin bigger. Yay! Bigger pumpkin. This goes. There is a double jump puzzle up there, but I don't have double jump, so you'll have to come back for it. Or in typical Metroidvania fashion, you'll have to backtrack to solve that if you want it. Right now I have the Empress here, so we can just heal up. I could have just stacked them. But I'll scrub that. Lately I've been working on the various bosses. They're not there yet, but we're getting there. You'll have to pardon the various text thingies. I have print strings everywhere at the moment as I'm trying to find them, figure out stuff. Now he bit me. What a jerk. I don't bite you. What's up with that? Yeah, you're just mean. Jeez. These heal bosses too, so, you know. I guess he's getting heal as well. Well, at least it didn't completely heal him. I don't feel so bad. He does have multiple phases and everything like that. But lately he's like, I don't want to fight you, I guess. Sometimes he wants to fight. I don't pay my workers enough is what I think they're on strike these days, and that's the problem. I mean, Voodoo's a diva, but I think Patrick just doesn't get enough snacks and he's really hungry all the time. I have to talk to the caterer or something. He gets sluggish if he doesn't eat. He probably has a blood sugar problem. Wouldn't surprise me. Eating too many sweet dolls. Too much sugar in them. You gonna summon your little buddies? You're not gonna summon your buddies? You got performance anxiety? Is that what's happening? You should be summoning them by now. Why are you not doing it? Yeah, he's not actually using his attacks. He's literally just ignoring these things. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This used to work perfectly, and now it does not. I'll have to figure out why. I guess I'm doing that later, since I spent all day fixing Voodoo. Well, you'll just have to pretend like he actually uses his attacks and doesn't just jump around like an idiot. You're not attacking. And, yeah. Theater of the mind, if you will. I did restructure the entire AI system I had, and that's probably where all the bugs are coming from. Because what he normally does is he summons exploding dolls that try to chase you down and blow up. You have giant firecrackers on them, and they're one of my favorite enemies because they're so cool. He rode that down like a champion. But if he doesn't have those, then it's not that interesting. He can still hit you, I guess, but it ain't the same, you know? I feel bad now. Oh well. That's why the game is still in, you know, very early phase. I have a lot of bugs. A lot of bugs entirely. Oh well. I think the game is going backwards because there were times where I was able to play through without any bugs, so really it's going backwards. Does the Hierophant? It makes possessed objects behave temporarily. Best way to put it. It's entirely a traversal mechanic. Show invincibility frames. You can see there's lots of enemies in here. So we're gonna go use that and we're gonna murder this thing because it makes this jump really hard if he's still alive. Because he just keeps shooting you in the face a lot because he's so close to the jumps. His friend doesn't help matters. I'll take the hits, I don't care. Perfect. You know the Empress, I can't just heal up. But you see they'll actually behave now instead of just tossing you like they would normally do. If you drains your curse, you do have to go fast, but as long as you're in the darkness you gain a little curse back, so it's not like a total 1-for-1. Just got shot in the face there, nice. These cannons are a new addition because I thought this was too easy. As you can see, I might be regretting those those thoughts right about now as I get shot in the face. You know, they make friends. That's what happens around here. You make friends with the enemies and they shoot you in the face. They're not very good friends. Just saying. If they're a Metroidvania, I like them. If they're just a platformer, not so much. I'm just getting my curse back, as you can see in the corner there. This area is a resting point basically I created so you can get both of them back because this is the first room where you get the Hierophant, so I figure they should make it a little easy on you. It's also the longest Hierophant puzzle, so... I was waiting for a lag spike there just in case, because there's often a lag spike right there. I'm like, yep. Secret is not to jump into the lag spikes, and you will... You're okay. Also, the insanity effect will suddenly make this a lot harder in a second. Because that's what it does. There's a light right here though, so you're safe. It's random where they're placed, so maybe they're just, you know, a curiosity, and sometimes they're just outright obnoxious. It just depends. Might as well heal up while I'm waiting. Oh wait, I don't want that one. I really need to focus on just making the first 2 hours awesome, so I can just show it off to people. Oh no, I jumped off. Good, I got back up. You stop shooting at me. It's annoying. I'll shoot at you. See how mean they are to me? You see what I gotta deal with down here? The working conditions are terrible. You have to go. You're not okay. This is my Warren Museum reference here for Annabelle. Just saying. The same warning that's on her case. Just for fun. Usually lags like right there, yeah. They're pretty predictable where they're at. Oh yeah, definitely. Sneaky, sneaky. Oh, I don't need those. You stay over there. I get lags at various points. I'm just used to about where the lags are, so I kind of can play around it. And of course, I just picked this one. I already know where they're at, so you know. They'll tell you it's like my key resides in a place of worship. The chapel's a place of worship. There's a key in there. Some of them are clever, some of them are not clever. I only did 2 lines. And of course, you saw this earlier against the fight with her, the Empress's exploding mushrooms. And of course, it also heals too. I mean, these are all the tarot cards that are, for the most part, in the first couple hours. Like, there's upgraded versions of things, like the Fool Superpower, which makes it grow big, and the Magician's ability to throw things. There's only 8 tarot cards in the first chapter. Well, 8 of the, like, there's some of them are like multiple copies of things, like the extra abilities. Save, yes? You're not saving? I don't know why I wouldn't click save there. Weird. This is where you get first introduced to Charlotte. She's like the ghost girl that's the de facto ruler of this place, and she will try to grab you and yank you into the darkness. If she does, you just die. So my advice is don't get yanked into the darkness. I mean, you can if you want. You don't have to. All you have to do is just watch me stream all the time, and you can see which work goes into it. I don't make a secret of it. If there's no secret here, it's a lie. Same. Go over here and get my sanity back before I go the no secret route. Yeah, I realized it was so hard to see this pipe here that leads to a secret room that I decided I'd be nice. You can trigger and then run through. Yeah, as you can see, I have a lot. There's still quite a few rooms after this. Well, I'm probably not going to do too many more rooms. Mostly because I run the tour like... often like once a day. Maybe sometimes twice a day. And the longer the game gets, the less of the tour I want to run every day, because it eats so much more of the stream. Like, it gets longer and longer. Like, it's fun, but gotta get the game done too. At least that's the theory anyway, getting the game done. I know, it's weird. Who actually finishes games? I don't do that. Alright. Yeah, lag actually goes down in these later rooms too. Some of the earlier rooms have a lot of stuff by them that's just active, so I need to probably work on that. It's still laggy, you can see the lag, but not the worst. I'm intentionally trying to go down here. Yeah, now Voodoo actually mostly fights you. She's not very good fighting her yet. Well, she forced you to heal a bunch, so once I get her, I'll work on it a little more. Like, she should be good, but now Patrick doesn't work right. I shouldn't have redone the AI stuff, but it let me do new kinds of attacks that I couldn't do before, so it was kind of cool. I forgot I have it set you can unequip an item by simply using the tarot card a second time. Boing, boing. I love to hide secrets, so you know. There in fact was another secret here too. This is another optional room. You ain't gots to go this way, but you can go this way if you want. I got the key to the door over there, so I could go out that way and back into the safari room if I want to. I'm gonna run back to this room. Also, that pipe doesn't fit very well. Good to know. Don't know if I'll remember it next time I go to fix things, but I might. These are helpful landmines. I'll go step on this one over here because it's going to get me up much faster. You could magician your way up there if you wanted. Honestly, I could probably just duplicate this area about 3 times over as far as how big the game was, and the game would probably be fine. It'd probably be like 6+ hours at that point anyway, so it wouldn't be like nothing. I know the hammer sticks through things, but you know, it would be fun otherwise. It'd be so annoying to try to get places with the hammer in the way. This is my steampunk piano. It actually works too. Kinda hard to hear the music though. Yeah. Not everything has steam in steampunk, but it could have some. Many of the things I pieced together out of stuff, this was actually made by a member of my Discord. Also, this is Poppet. I'm responsible for her, so might be slightly better in the dark, I don't know. Not really. Who did the animation thingies? I mean, many of the animations were just things I got off the market. Hell yeah. She used to be a little less buxom, but you know what? Nah. She's a doll. She's supposed to be idealized. I can actually adjust that as I see fit too. I might. Exactly. I'm tired of DEI crap. She, in fact, is very much a doll. I mean, she's never going to be the world's most attractive because she's a doll. That does kind of make it a little harder to be attractive. Yep. A better time. But I mean, Pink is pretty attractive, so that helps out a lot too. And she'll be a much bigger portion of the game when the story's involved. But because she's stuck in the painting, she herself isn't really involved except for when you go near the paintings. I might give her more paintings around though. That's fair. I mean, yeah, I'm 44 years old, so I'm not young at all either. I've used many of these things, if you know what I'm saying. I know youngin'. Aha! Means it's the perfect time for you to start game dev. You know you want to. Game dev for everyone. Just do it. Game dev. Man, I started with RPG Maker. I still have the ugly proof up on the internet for anyone who wants to see. Like, I show people on stream that garbage. Gotta start somewhere. That's why I learned what variables were and all that. I didn't really know much about it beforehand. And now here I am, boldly streaming all the things I make so everyone can laugh at the mistakes I make along the way. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, fill the gap. That's what you said, you were making things in there, so you're already a game dev. Doesn't matter what you use, as long as you're making games for people to play, you're a game dev. Yeah. As you can see, you end up using a lot of the abilities as you go along through here, so it's not just, one at a time anymore. If they're available, I'm happy to make you use them. Wow. Well, damn. That's pretty good. So do you, make a living off it, or you just, doing it for fun? It's a lot of players. But I mean, do you actually make a living off it? I mean, you said you can make a living off it. I know people, I've been told people can make money off it and make a living off it, I guess. I mean, because if that's profitable, maybe I'm more interested than it was. What does that stand for? The UGC? Oh yeah. Oh no, my sanity! Quick, run back to safety. This thing is a giant light source, so it's perfectly fine. Yeah. I mean, making money off it if you can is always good. I would definitely, like anything I can make money off of. I mean, I stream, I don't make that much on streaming, but I do stream, so I make a little bit doing that. More than I do for game dev. When I release this, hopefully this makes more than the stream does, but... whatever. Oh, nice. I don't really know where you'd find someone who does the Fortnite thingy, but I mean, I imagine Unreal Source has probably got a job board. It wouldn't surprise me one bit. If I had to guess, it probably does. It's like Epic for Indies, I think, is another one that you could join. The link for that one too. I can't says I've spent much time looking at it. I just joined them all in hope. Sounds about right. I don't know. Not especially. My goal is to finish this, so anything involved that doesn't work on this isn't too great. Plus, this also became my streaming content, so I keep gaining popularity as a streamer over time the longer I do this, so kind of makes me not want to change up. Yeah, like I say, I get a little bit of money off Twitch, not a lot, but kind of a hobby at the moment. But whenever this releases, hopefully I make a fair amount of money. I mean, if it's... I'm going to try to get to the point where I can wave it in front of a Kickstarter or publisher. Wait, I didn't grab this person and drag her with, did I? Oh, I forgot her. I was rescuing this toy. I mean, I can keep this one as the rescuable toy. I'll probably change the model for it, but... But I'm pretty good at, like, cramming things together and making stuff out of them. It's rare that I make things from scratch. There's so much free crap given out, there's not much reason to, if you can avoid it. I mean, you can if you want, but... Why? You know? At this point, I should probably do what I can to improve my stream. Become the main money thing that I get out of this, out of game dev for now. But nobody's retiring on this, or even quitting their day job. Yet. Cool if I tabled my work? That would be lame. Why would I do that? The reason people are excited what I'm doing is because of the fact that I have this game. If I took this away, I wouldn't really... Like, they wouldn't really be excited. Because, I mean, I mostly stream, you know, software and game dev. Actually, I pretty much always stream that. And why people end up following me is because of the project. I mean, you know... I mean, maybe they like me too, possibly, I suppose, but... I could, but then I would just be like any of the other regular people who doesn't do anything particularly unique. I'd just be playing random games or whatever, and probably suffer from the same problem they do of no real exposure. I don't know why people would want to watch me play a game over others. It's my entire Twitch audience, and from that, I've also been getting an audience on YouTube. I mean, you can if you want. I don't really click random links anymore ever since people started putting hack links in there. I went to go help with someone with their game, and I got hacked because I helped them with their game. They're like, oh, download my game and see how it is. Yeah, we don't do that. I don't usually click links anymore. You help people one time, and suddenly the punishment is great indeed. That's fair. Yeah, you probably get an idea of where the game is like that. There's more rooms to go after this too, but so I do it all the time, so we'll probably call that test for now, so I can get back to actually working on all these bugs. Oh, there's so many things to fix. Or you can look if you want. If it has copyrighted music, I can't listen to it, but because I'm also streaming on YouTube.
YouTube is unkind. Anything copyrighted, or even things that I've paid for and supposedly have the rights to use, but it's still unkind to me just the same. On that level? Cool. Yeah, this whole area up here is just, there's so many of these brushes. There's currently, I guess only 23 of them, but they are just savagely bad. But I was just trying to get the layout of this room, or this whole setup, so I had a better idea of how I wanted things to go before I convert them all over. And I gotta figure out where this room's gonna go, if there's gonna be a stairway up. But I decided I'd work on Voodoo instead. Unfortunately, there's only 2 floors that can be used to go up, which kind of limits the things. Actually, 2 rooms. This could also be a secret way down instead, not a way up. Oh. Did I miss a Prime sub? Oh, well, man, thanks for the sub with Prime, man. I didn't even notice. I'm so busy playing the game. Yeah. You can link to TikTok. Like I said, I might have to mute it because if it's YouTube will copyright claim me. I get so excited. I'm just like, I'll play the game. I also blame the alcohol. Clearly, I haven't had enough alcohol. I'm gonna let you a little secret. This is how I'm so good at coding. It's not that I actually get better at coding, it's that I stop caring after a while. That's my secret. If you just stop caring, it doesn't matter anymore. And then tomorrow, you know, like, or in the morning, like 3 p.m. me has to fix what 3 a.m. me made. 3 p.m. me is just like going, what in the world? It doesn't even work. What does this mean? 3 a.m. me's like, yeah, man, it's awesome. It glows, it spins. That explains my entire coding style. Or the infamous, the 3 versions of me. There's the writer me, who is mostly just there to drink and doesn't even know why he's here anymore. Art me, who's pretty much just makes weird things, and then coder me, who's just like, oh my god, it doesn't even work. And that's the me's in a nutshell. Writer me will come along and put a story in at some point whenever artist me and coder me are good to go. But yeah, what was I gonna do? Well, I remember a pipe that was out of place, so I'll fix the pipe that's out of place, because I just remembered it, and I'll forget if I don't immediately fix it. This pipe right here. Okay, well, you see, you gotta move this one too. Nice, nice. It looks like it's reasonable. I can walk through this, right? Oh wait, I don't have the right game mode. Can't do that. Yeah, once I fix all these weird bugs with the AI, the game should be back to being where it's completely playable for the first 2 hours. Oh, fair enough. No worries. I'll be taking a quick break here in a second, though. Get more to drink and everything, hit the restroom up, all those things. Okay, I can go up and down this, that's what mattered. Oh yeah, the bug. That bug that forced me to have to load a bunch of times. Let's fix that too, while I'm at it. These doors can be closed, they aren't supposed to be open. I left them open to fix... Well, basically to make a playthrough happen. That
you know, I just had to do it. Use this room as my test, I guess. Is there a particular thing I'm supposed to look for in this? Oh yeah, I could probably put stuff on TikTok. I just have never done it, but I probably should do a lot more social media things. Yeah. A lot of it just comes down to just free time because I work a regular job and then I stream this, and man, there are not a lot of hours in the day left. But I've been working my way towards doing that more. Oh, nice, yeah. You get lots of views. Damn. Yeah, definitely build a team. I mean, if you can get people to look at your stuff, it's just worth it. I mean, honestly, most of the time I feel kind of dumb making games because I realize that the amount of effort it takes to get the same amount of views is not that great. Like, it's so much effort. But I am picking up Steam slowly. I do get paid some. Yeah. It's really just a time thing. I always just wanted to make games, and then I found I had to do all this content creation just to make the games. I was like, oh, I see. It was never my goal. I just started streaming because I was like, well, I just want to chat with people while I'm working on my game. It's true. I definitely should be doing things like shorts or TikTok or things like that. I don't even use TikTok normally, so. The only time I ever do a TikTok and someone links me their TikTok, I'm like, oh, cool, TikTok. And I never look at it. Huh. Yeah, I definitely should, I should look at these things. Yeah. Well, I mean, whenever people show up in the stream, I listen to ideas. And people always suggest ideas. Usually, if people are successful, I take their suggestions a lot more, you know, when it comes to like ways to monetize and advertise. If they're successful, I take their suggestions a lot more seriously than the people who are just like, you should do this, and they have never done anything. And I'm like, right. I'll get right on that, bro. I'm usually just like, yeah, I'll get to it. And I don't. Because they have no idea. And I need to look into shorts and bite-sized content. I don't watch shorts or those things myself, which is probably why I don't ever think about them. I need something more meaty to be engaged, usually. Nice, nice. I built a couple businesses. This will be my third if it turns out well. Yeah. Wasn't for unfortunate health problems, this one would be farther along by far, but say taking out a 2.5-year break due to the health problems did not help. It definitely set the game back by almost the time it would take to make the game. Like, terrible. Yeah. True indeed. I do. I do grind quite a bit. So I stream 8 to 10 hours, 5 days a week, and then I also do the other, work about a 40-hour a week job too, so there's not enough time in the day. There's never enough time in the day. Online selling. Lots of listing, lots of finding products to sell, and like that, it's definitely... FBA? I don't know what these terms are. I'm mostly dealing like collectibles like cards and the like. Do a lot of like, those kinds of things. Mostly magic cards. Doing it for like 8+ years. Had a lot of money before the health problems. Health problems cost a lot. Turns out paying for all that was very expensive. I still have money left over, but I do not have the money I once did. That's for certain. The American health system is very expensive. Yeah, but then I'm told if they don't approve of a medical thing, then you just can't get it. Because I was talking to some woman who was in Canada, and she has medical problems. She's like, oh, they just won't approve it, so I just can't even get this stuff done. I'm like, oh. That's rough. Here, it's not free. Or if you do want free, be prepared to wait until the dawn of time. Like, or actually, till the end of time. So it's like... And then I'd have to uproot my entire life there and everything to get up there and to do that, which would be challenging. Yeah, it'd be nice. It would be nice. But unfortunately, gotta play the cards you're dealt, right? Because after all, when I had all my health problems like the injured neck and back, like the spinal issues and like that, I wasn't really going to be moving anywhere anytime soon at the time. Took like 10 trips to the ER and I was not moving. No. No. We never could figure it out. I do have 3 disc bulges in my neck, but I get like neuropathy in my arms, legs, and head. Like it's just numbness and tingling. Eventually it just becomes pain and then I get over it. Then it becomes less common. I don't even know what EDS is. I've definitely had a lot of things checked. I've had my brain MRI'd, my neck MRI'd, my lower back MRI'd. Never the central area for some reason. My kidneys, actually, I've had those MRI'd. The ER did that on one of the first trips. I don't know why. I was like, of all the things, I guess, I mean, if we want to MRI, it's cool. But Ether Danos, what is this? I mean, I think it's mostly just that I have back and like back problems. I think my spine's just messed up in all honesty. But I honestly think it was because I did elder care back in the day. And at the time I injured my neck and back, but that was like, I think 10+ years ago at this point. For it to come back was kind of a problem. Hey Fox, how's it going? You're over on YouTube now. Wow, nice, nice. And YouTube's at 11 people, actually 12 concurrent now. It really picks up close to around 6, so in 2 hours from now, it just starts spiking like crazy. And it gets up to like 50. It's weird. Yeah. I actually dated a woman with EDS thinking about it. That was what she had. And her spine was like, her body was just falling apart. It was terrible. Not a fan. Yeah, 40-year-old dudes. It's definitely rough. It's definitely, yeah. It's been going on over the course of like 5 years, so it's just, it got real bad for that, and I took a big break from it, and then I came back to it all, so I'm trying to play catch up. Can't keep up. Morning time wake people up, yeah, pretty much. I just go by imaginary villain. I don't currently use my real name on the internet for the moment. Well, thanks, Fox. I just did a tour to show off some things like that, and I was just talking to Twitch chat, you know. Boba Fett, yeah, that's right. My real name is Boba Fett. But Boba Fett was lame, dude. Just, you know, got wiped out in the movies and then had a terrible series apparently. Gotta be like Vader or something like that. It's so weird when I was told that Boba Fett actually was like apparently important in the books, because I didn't know that. I mean, I'm always happy to chat. We'll see how much time I have to implement content plans and everything. And so it's not too bad. I can get behind that. So much time right now is just limited by... I just don't have a lot of free time yet. But I might have to do some sort of thing. Maybe some shorts or something like that. I don't know. Or even look sideways at TikTok, which I basically never do. I thought I had this fixed. If my name was Matthew, that would be odd. It would be very odd. I usually stream from like 9 p.m. Pacific to, well, typically whenever I get tired of it. So usually 8 to 10 hours, but sometimes only 6. Depends on if I have to be up early tomorrow or not. Tomorrow I have to meet someone at 6 p.m. so I don't have to be up early at all. Gives me plenty of time to sit up late. That's right, villain, imaginary. Pretty true. I'm gonna put this earlier. I had to fix this problem, and it was causing a bug earlier. But if I put this super early, then it'll fix the problem properly. Yeah, I should probably put, like, I have a schedule listed on my Twitch, but it only says 4 hours a night that I stream, but you know. Alright, can't prove it's not. It's in fact my name. It's better that way. Well, that actually reminds me, I have another link for you. Another place you can check for Unreal People. Let me find it before you. It also has a job board as well. Let me get the link. Invite people. Oh. Never mind, it's entirely, they've disabled invites. I was gonna do Epic for indies. You can try to get someone to invite you to it, I guess, but yeah, like, you might have to ask someone on the Unreal source to get you to invite to. I don't even know how I got an invite. Oh yeah, Unreal Source is the biggest of the Unreal Discords to my knowledge. It isn't even close how much bigger that one is than everywhere else. As far as I was concerned, that is the official. Oh nice, that's awesome. What are you saying, Fox? I missed that part too. How nice nodes I got there? Hell yeah, nodes. Nodes are the best. Hey, I test this thing out and see if it dies or not. Have verse? Oh no, you're a Fox. I'm just doing 2 different conversations, so I'm kind of missing. I'm kind of slow to respond to one because Twitch chat's saying one thing, and you know, you're saying things over there. So between the two, it's like, oh yeah, we'll use this as my test room, I guess. I suppose. Fine. Good test room. Don't have a lot of test rooms anymore. They should fix this bug. I'm using blueprints. Technically, the blueprints are made in C++, but I don't directly use C++. Oh, well, thanks, yeah. I mean, he can hear me chatting to both of you, so I mean, you know, I stream to both Twitch and YouTube, so I think most people quickly realize I do. It also appears on my chat, too, on the screen, briefly. Yeah, I looked at the, oh, the train's going by, nice. I looked at the unrelated for Fortnite, because I was curious about it, and saw that it didn't have blueprints. I was a lot less excited. Awesome, I appreciate it. Thanks again for the sub, and for hanging out and chatting, and for the ideas for the content stuff, because, you know, I'll, when I can find the time between all the business things, I'll have to do that. It'll probably be over the weekend. I have way more time on the weekends. Way more time being relative, of course. You undercover? You've been made, oh no! And then it's valuable, I appreciate it, definitely. Right stuff fuzz, no? Yeah. That train is, a few times a night you have to hear it. It's not too bad. Thanks. And yeah, sleep well, you know. I'll catch you later. Yeah. And I will be testing these enemies here to see if they can fix that bug, which I think I fixed it already. It didn't seem like a very hard fix. You know what's a harder fix? Not having any weapons. Want those. It's important. Buffering. Oh no. Is it buffering? It looks like it's okay. Okay. Just checking. I was like, is it? Oh god, no, it's buffering. We're doomed. Because I've streamed to restream.io, it's all going, both Twitch and YouTube are going to the same source. So if one of them is buffering, then that would mean they were both buffering, usually. Oh yeah. It's all good. I was just like, gonna see what I could do to fix that. I mean, I don't know how much I could technically truly do. If there was a real problem, I'd be like, oh, okay. I pay a lot for an internet connection that's ridiculous to make up for the fact that, you know, I kind of want to stream to more than 2 locations. I was looking at doing Kick and Rumble. I could try streaming to TikTok as well, but the problem with that is the aspect ratio seems like it'd be really hard. I don't think it would work very well. Oh, maybe? Oh. I mean, I immediately just checked the YouTube to see if it was buffering on my end. I was like, I just auto check. Doesn't take for long. I have both of them open, so I can just look and be like, okay. Worth a look, because I mean, it could easily be buffering. Gotta enable all this crap. The only one with 3s are like Empress and Emperor, Empress, and Rank. Well, the thing is like Twitch is, it slowly picks up over time. I mean, I'm slowly getting popular, but I probably get the same views on YouTube, and it's just more people seeing my stuff. It's not enough to be monetized though, so there's no real profit out of YouTube. I mean, if it keeps going to like 50 people watching, I would get monetized in fairly short order, if that's what happens. But I mean, places like Rumble have no monetization requirements, and they have less traffic than YouTube, but there's less competition too for the views. So I don't know if it would work. I'm not saying it would, but if I can stream to it for $0 additional dollars, okay. I mean, it costs me nothing extra to just go, yep. I might have to switch to OBS because Streamlabs only lets you stream to like, well, one location for one aspect ratio and one for another? Or something? It's weird. Otherwise you gotta pay them. And Restream.io also charges if you want to go more than 2 people. Like, you can go 2 places for free on Restream.io, so I'm just using it. And it does the combined chat, which is pretty handy. Because, kind of hard to keep up with things otherwise. And I, of course, just have the chat appear on the screen, even though I think technically Twitch doesn't like that. It vanishes. It's fine. It doesn't stay there. I don't know. I just think that the additional exposure is nice. Granted, until recently, the exposure on YouTube was pretty bad, so take that to mean what you will. But I'm definitely going to try it in the future. I can let you know how it goes, too. Or maybe. I mean, if it might prove good. It might be terrible, for all I know. Yay, apparently you can't hit them? Why can't I hit them? I have questions. Why the lag? I put all these stupid geometry brushes and they're just causing incredible lag. So how'd it go with the putting the game animation sample in your project? I mean, I only saw it briefly around like 8:30, I think, for a little bit. Actually, no, it was like, what was I doing? I had someone who messaged me about things, and I got to dealing with their stuff, and I didn't get a lot of time to hang out. This fix the problem? It did. Okay, good. I figured that'd be an easy problem to fix. Well, the windows are still open. No wonder it's cold in here. It's like... When I opened the windows earlier, it was 80-something degrees out there, or in this room. Now it's not. It's very much not. But it says a lot that it took this long for me to realize that it was that, you know, that I hadn't done that. So clearly it's been warmer than normal, or just not a sickly feeling. It's actually 51 degrees out there. I see. Oh, my computer is a heater. Huh. I was working on Vu earlier, and then oh, that's right, Patrick's also broken because I changed how the AI crap worked. I kind of regret making that change because they were working, but I realize in the future I'll be happy I made the change. Maybe I'll do level design instead. It's been like 4 hours messing with the AI. I feel like I deserve not doing the AI for a bit. I guess I could put doors in so you can get to all the locations. Do I want to do that for this yet? I kind of moved everything up here, but it added a bunch of problems in the form of these things. Oh, right, you can hit T to click these. Am I going to put any holes in the roof? I don't think I am. I think the roof is fine. I just need to get the roof the right size and then it's good. It can even stick out of it, I guess that's fine. I don't hate it. Part of the problem with these brushes is that they're so big. Like if they were little brushes, it wouldn't be so bad, but this thing is huge. So it causes a lot of issue. Also, the building's not actually a rectangle. So it's not actually a square, it's a rectangle, so it's maybe not completely ideal. I think I'll just do 158 and make it that and overhang it. Okay, well, after I uncheck this thingy here, I'll do 158. And then just kind of move it around, I guess. Does that matter? Yeah, it's relatively nice, and it could go over the top here. And do I even do that, or do I actually just make it where it only goes over this middle section? I can always put additional things around the outskirts anyway. It's fine. I just need to get it where it's not, where there's just not many of them so I can play the game as necessary. Without it being like a lag fiesta. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this navigation problem real quick here. This is not working here for me. Ain't never getting done otherwise. Ain't never getting done at all. Build that navigation. All right, let's convert. Create a static measurable. We stick them in environment. Sound. Garden. Healing, I guess. Sure. Nice. Edit it real fast. I don't have to see it. All I need to do is add a simple box to it, because it's just a box. It's very easy. -1 ridiculous mesh, or ridiculous brush. Some of these other ones I don't know 100% what I'm going to want them at. I just put a bunch of walls here to get the job done. I'm probably going to want to put a bunch of holes in the walls, but I'm pretty certain I'm going to design as I go. And I'm pretty certain this will be the last room where you'll fight an actual, like, you know, pirate doll. Who I have never actually bothered to finish making. We'll see about her. What I do with her. Because, I mean, it's so perfect for this thing here with all the pirate assets I have and everything like that. Which means that this is probably the room before her. And then over here, I have to make the decision if there's going to be a hole in the floor here that goes here, or if the way to get up here is over there, and It's kind of weird having this place be both, like, basically the tower that goes between the two. But it's kind of already set up for that. Like, I don't really want to move all this out of the way. I think it's fine as it is, so it's kind of a great way to get to both locations, I guess. Well, this room has no function, really. The washroom was really what it was, and it has no function yet, so it's like right here. And it could easily be a hole to either direction, but this has to be redone if I do that, because it's a whole floor. I could do individual floors to each place, but I don't. I usually do a big floor. Just to avoid people falling through it, because it only loads a section of it. I guess the other argument is, do I move this farther over? I don't know if I want to even do that. I think it's probably fine as it is. I need to figure out what I'm doing about the corners as well. Might just put a pillar on there or something. Uh, Either way, I gotta get rid of half of these stupid brushes. Because if I don't, it's going to be a problem. I never even finished what was going on in the reading room here. Am I fine with this setup? I think I am. I wasn't going to put too many holes in there, just one hole. And then just have a way to the top here that you can go to, so I'd probably just leave it as it is. It's probably reasonable. Sure. All adjacent. 10 and 10. First, I have to use complex collision because of the fact that you can't find these holes very easily. I mean, I could also put it in a blueprint, but that doesn't help because then they can't instance themselves in the H-load, so it just has to load additional crap. Well, I haven't added stuff to the H-load in forever. All this stuff's just loaded, no wonder. That's dumb. I'll have to do that too. That's another thing on the list of things to do. Some reading room ceiling? Interior ceiling, I guess? Yes. Why not? Alright. Edit it real fast. We'll just set it as a complex and move on, because I don't care enough to even fight with it when I already know the result will be not great. So for what it's worth, complex collision on one of these things is usually not that bad. As you can see, it really doesn't have that many sides to it. If I try to auto-convex it, it's actually a lot worse because it'll have like a bajillion sides to it. I've actually found in some instances complex is actually the more memory efficient one. Not sure that's the situation you want to be in, but it's the situation I'm in all the time. The fact that I learned that you could hit T in order to be able to click on transparent surfaces is like the biggest game changer. My life is just perfect now because of that. Don't H-load. All these should actually be this isn't even a thing anymore. Also not a thing. These are actually part of the Moonlit Garden, so let's move it up there. Technically, the Hidden Grotto should have been moved first because it is also... Actually, I can just move this to the... in my garden. Right. So I have this Moonlit Garden, not the crappy Moonlit Garden down there. That should be basically... Let me save everything real fast. Pretty certain the rest of this crap should be in here too, but it got moved out in the middle of nowhere. So I'm gonna just dump all of it. Nothing's in the city, right? It's just stuff that's in the building. Perfect. All right, well. Let's move it to the Whimsy Wonders. BP Charlotte Text is already assigned to Whimsy Wonders. Of course it is, I guess. Yeah, well, just select the stuff that's not in the Whimsy Wonders thing. Thank you. Huh? That's the whole point of doing this. I just want to move it into here. And I believe it was called, what grid is it called actually? Grid? Main grid, sure. Okay, then we got all the Whimsy Wonders descendants. Them all in the main grid. This will do a huge benefit because I added all this new stuff, this whole top four things, and they were just not H-loaded at all. It was just everything was just being loaded at the same time. No wonder the game was going so slow. I'm surprised it ran at all. Once it does that, I'll tell it to build the H-load, and then I'll go take a quick bio break. That'll take a moment anyway. It's probably the most extreme optimization you could do in a short period of time. Because those optimizations take a long period of time, but just moving in a couple thousand assets added to the H load would probably help a lot. And getting rid of the brushes would be also very helpful. Alright, well, let us build all levels and call it square. Delete the old H loads. Click save. You got this. I'll be right back. It's kind of cold in the rest of the house. I realized I'd pretty much frozen myself nice and solid.
You are my shelter in the storm. You are my sword and shield, my lone defense.
And I got some food to munch. Yay, food.
You are my strength. You are the healer of my soul.
At the webcam for a second.
You are the Lord. You are my God. And
It's a weird track. I thought this was some game dev stuff, but I guess not. Yeah, whatever. Very cool to have an actual track at the end that actually had like a real song to it. Like that plays during your credits or something. I wouldn't play it during the game, that's kind of weird, but... And I gotta decide if I want to make this a thing or not. Pretty important. I guess... Okay, I don't like this song, but next. It's just all random game dev tracks that they're ones I have the rights to use, but I mean, I guess this would actually probably need to be here. I won't do that. This just seems like such a bad location for this, but there's only so many locations. If I don't have this here, it can't be anywhere. I can move the hole over a little bit and the stairs as well. That's true. It doesn't gotta be right there. If I want, I can do that. I guess the problem with that is that it doesn't really let you go through the other way unless I completely lock it down some here. I guess I could push it all the way against the wall there. And then shrink it. Oh yeah, I just want to shrink this, I don't want to shrink that. I can shove this over here. And move this over here. You can still go over some too, so this way I can make it so that these wooden planks can stay where they're at. And I could have a whole way into here, or whole way into there like that. If I do that, I can also push this over a little bit, I guess. At that point, I want kind of a weird location. How does this look? I might put a hole down here into the next area, so this becomes like one of the stairways and have two different stairways. Could be a thing.
This isn't too bad with double jump. Well, I can easily shrink this by a lot. That's good. Well, I wanted to shrink the hole, not the stairs. I don't like that truck either. Almost seems like there's too much. I guess it can't be too close to the wall, it's gotta go up. And you probably want another set of stairs down here, so it's probably where it goes if I'm gonna keep it. And then I could move this over and then just have more things to sit on there, right? Like if I did that. And I also had this thing over here to kind of act as a buffer thingy to the next area. Is that a thing I'm doing? Maybe. Could work like that. Then I don't really need this board to hold it up because it's being held up by that too. Kinda. Have two different little stairways down there, like that. Not horrible. You just kind of wall in this area so they can't go through that way or through there, and they just have to go that way. It's fair. Just be like a little tiny room there. Lock this off, then maybe remove this back portion here and just put a wall here instead of those. I guess I can leave the boards here and just put that out to the side. Hmm. 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 What am I doing? I know the height of the walls. We're good on the wrong pipe. It definitely was not very pleasant. Mhm. Actually, I might not want to do it this way. I might want to have just a regular wall here because it's not really easy for me to block this kind of area off. The doors don't fit for that. On top of the chairs, don't do that. Actually, I don't know why I copied these. I also don't know why I didn't just use the spline version of these. They're probably going to switch it, thinking about it, because I could just spline across this whole thing here and not have to worry about any of that. Instead of having a bunch of these to place. That's true. I'm kind of a fan of the splines. Splines understand me. I think there's a little bit of spline in all of us. Mm-hmm. Is this going to be part of the same room? I believe it is. If that's the case, it's possible I make this upper area a little bigger. How am I doing this in the dark? I'm just making this harder than it needed to be. Okay, this whatever track this is terrible. They should feel bad for having made it. This sounds like nothing. Can AI generate some garbage? At least AI generates something that sounds like something. True story. YouTube's not really popping off tonight. Let's see. I was really surprised that it was getting so high. I've never had that kind of traffic from there before. I wasn't expecting it.
So much easier than doing the individual placement. Spines are glorious. Hmm. There's not even winding paths either. I do winding paths with them, but it's kind of already designed, so I really don't see a need to change it that much until later when I figure out exactly what I want to do with this. But as it is now, totally fine. I should restructure these too, just so I don't have a million things like that either. Also, then when you want to move them into the right location again, it's a lot easier than having to grab each individual one, because sometimes they end up out of folders or whatever, and you just hate yourself trying to get them back. Happens a lot for some bizarre reason. But it doesn't have to. Just the spine still, huh? Oh, I see right there. Easy way to click these. Oh, yes. Oops. So much easier. Guess the top one's a little farther out than the other one. Fair enough. Use that there. Yep, F these stairs. I ain't doing no stinking stairs. I like ramps. What's even going on here? I see. My goal is to remove all stairs from the game. It's just how it is. I might even get rid of these bridges because of the fact that the enemies can't really go across them. They're platforming, but it kind of sucks too for fighting. I don't know what to think about it. You can see life is so much better without stairs. Like this one here.
Maybe more of a gradual incline here. Um, Come on. And all these other sections, they're also unnecessary. So I'll sleep as it is for now. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing with this room yet, but let's have some idea of where we're going with some of it. Sure, we want to keep this Alley's treasure room area. I might just get rid of that. Maybe not. It's at least a reminder to put it there. I kind of think I just want this to be a small little area. Oh. Possibly should go slightly over from the wall and I just give up on that arch there. Move the arch farther forward too, for that matter. Or shrink this wall a small fraction as well.
least it'll be farther forward anyway, because if I want a door, we need to be right there too. Doesn't matter. Should grab one of the ones with the hole on it. So I could just do that instead. I'd have to have a wall in front of it. I guess I could have a wall down here too, and you go underneath the deck area, and I just ditch this whole concept. I had to wall this area off though, otherwise it would make no point in having a door there. Could move this forward here. I guess I just have the stairs going down too. There's one down here. Exactly the same as this. They're pretty good for that. Here, the stairway key is actually the one that's the thing you find here. Can I take it out of there? I can see that. Just stairway key. Give us some idea here. Then this is now a thing. These need to be pulled over to the side, I suppose. I think I just put those in the corner, so fair enough. Am I moving this one in at all? It looks like it already got moved in. They come out looking pretty good, I imagine. Obviously looks way better in the dark. Getting there though. This whole pool will need to be redone too, so that it's got the right mesh stuff going on. The whole underwater world, and the final fight probably there. A secret way out into this area for funsies. I'll probably have more pirate areas, but that's a problem for future me. This is just me figuring out the location of stuff for the most part. We weren't really built to have a lot of different exits though, so I'm gonna have to figure something out on this. But this whole area over here is not really built for anything, though. I could put the door here. I mean, it kind of looked like there was supposed to be a door here, so that's the thing. Stuck in the ground, nice. I didn't even try to like the location of that box. Kind of awkward. Am I blocking this off as a hallway? Or am I letting you go underneath the deck completely? I guess I could. No reason not to, I guess. I block you from going directly into this room. I guess I blocked this room too. If I'm keeping the same entrance here to get into it. Not sure I am. Completely honest. Wall's already made, I guess, but it's not a very valuable. I can easily fix that. But would I gain much by having this being open versus that, like a thoroughfare thing? Of course, these both go to the same room. This was originally sealed off as a tiny little room. So optionally, I could block right here underneath this. And then you have to walk back through there. Simmy and Sally's room would have to lead into like whatever secret way this way. I don't hate it. If that's the case, then I just expand this wall out a bunch. This other way so I can see this other wall as I put it in here. You get a hallway in here, and then you can kind of push these things out of the way, I guess. Or just shrink them so they're not ridiculous. That, do that. Same thing here. It's the size of this wall. Actually, am I increasing that wall size or am I increasing the other wall size? I gotta do that. Floating? It's floating, yeah. Most definitely it is. It'll be crazy when I do my first fights in this area. Things will be so different. You'll have this way to go back here. You'll get into Sally's room here. You'll then have an exit over this way. You can lead into this room, I guess. And there's like deck here, so it does actually stop you from getting through. There. That's kind of cool.
That's definitely going to get some massive changes by the time I'm done with it, but... Yeah, these drop bridges might be removed. I don't know if I like them. They look kind of neat, but... This monstrosity I don't like at all. But technically, because I have all this open space, I could actually put another floor down here and just build a floor off of that and not have a problem with it. This is not a brush, right? It's just a simple floor thing. Like the hypothetical view would look like this. You have a whole floor above it. I don't hate the idea. I'll leave it there for the moment to get an idea of how I want it to go. I mean, it's obviously hideous, but... or something along those lines. At that point, I probably want to wall this off too. Renting a small room. This area is completely like a little cave, and that's kind of cool. How am I gonna do this? I would just put a wall here. Like a door. Well, let's get a smaller wall. Not sure if I like these or not, but I guess I can put them in here and just keep as a reminder that they might make it in here.
This whole setup is terrible. Probably just gonna get rid of a lot of things that aren't very good. Rework this whole room. We'll just have more paths to it, ways up to things. Too many places I could have used a spline and saved so much time and effort. Individually placing these is such a pain. Gonna require more to drink. I'll be right back. YouTube picking up around 6 o'clock? Seems like what YouTube does. That's just what YouTube do. Am I keeping this room? I don't even know if I am. Probably am, but I don't know what I'm doing with it exactly. except for almost certainly removing all these crap stairs. And maybe also rotating this around a bit so I can do this. Since it's no longer one room thing, I kind of want this to be a little different. So I guess I can actually angle this up. In my completely handy accessible toy store here. Well, strange things that really shouldn't be in a toy store, but you know, whatever. I'll put spline railings in later and make this so that they actually fit better. This could be an area that just goes underneath, in which case, why am I even doing it this way? I could just migrate it over instead. What if I ram this over this direction? I don't know if I need this arch here, because I'm probably going to just put this going downwards anyway into this area. That's reasonable. I don't need this planter box there. It was a weird thing anyway. But I'm probably just going to run the pathways everywhere. Well, at that point, I didn't need to bring this down. I could actually just brought the whole thing up. That's true. Mistakes were made. Yeah, that's not my goal. Let's do this and just, you know, ram it over. Oh. Sure. Yeah, I'll probably do that. This actually just needs to go down a little bit anyway. My dad would be proud of this stuff. He loved all this weird crap like this. Weird tree houses and bizarre wood building things like this. This would have been his jam. Yes. And then I guess instead of using these crappy bridges, I use the others because the bridges can't really be adjusted in size particularly well. And I can use this to get out to the pirate area instead of having to walk. Jump up there like I've been doing, which is kind of weird. There was no way to get to it. Am I gonna do this whole floor here? Well, I'll just do this first. Keep looking at one thing and getting distracted towards another, and I don't ever play. I definitely get shinied a lot when designing things. Let's say I get rid of this garbage. It's only garbage when you have to try to jump across this Poppet and you really discover how awful it is to try to jump across that stuff. It's okay sometimes, but I can't really make the enemies go over it very well either, so it's kind of limited in what you can do with it. Like, it is possible to make the enemies go, but the amount of programming required is huge, and the value gained is very, very low. Like, you could, but should you do this? The answer is no. No, you shouldn't. At least that's been my experience so far. It goes up into there. This will probably get turned into one of those too, so I can just kind of do a loop like that and get rid of a lot of this extra weird stuff that just isn't nice. My question is though, how up did I want to go, or did I just want it the way into here being like from down here and then up? Or I want more of an upper area for them to go through. For you, anyway. Oh, planter box stuff. Well, that's a thing. You just move over here a little bit. I'll figure it out. They both go through, huh? I'm almost certainly going to wall this area off here.
earbuds are running out of power. 1 second. Well, it's getting there. Just kind of restructure how everything's going to be. Create this new room here. The area's underwater too, so this area's going to be huge. It's almost like 2 different areas in a way. I might lock this room away and not let you get into it immediately. It's possible I want to move Charlotte's bedroom up higher too. That's an idea. Or why she'd want to be as far from the basement as possible. Ooh. Egg pop there. Oh, how many more hours am I going to go today? It's already almost 9 hours. I'm gonna call it pretty quick here, as much as I'm enjoying working on this. It's been a long day. About, I think, 13 hours into my work day. 9 hours here and 4 hours of regular work, so that's... What? Yeah, I probably will. I'm calling it pretty quick. I'll be back tomorrow around the same time. Starting at 9 p.m. Pacific. And I'll probably get back to working on the AI stuff, because I need to fix AI for the bosses, since I made all those changes that botched a bunch of things. And I wanted to restructure the AI to be better. It is better because it lets me do more actions, and they're more complicated, but it's worse in that I have to fix a bunch of things now. Should have just left well enough alone, right? It is better though. That's nice. I'll probably keep working on this area too, because, well, it's going to be the second area. So I kind of want to have it laid out. It's not going to stay this layout,
But at least having some concept of where everything is going to be does help a lot, and just having it actually be possible to get through it, even if it's not the right way through it, is also kind of neat. I guess I give out the moon tarot in this room, so I'll take a cool room for that, because I want to put the moon where you can easily see it. I don't know if I want it to be this big. This is a huge room. It's very long. So I probably don't need that much space. 2 stories that far though. Actually, never mind. This room here is where I'm giving it out. Yeah. Yeah, so this is 2 stories tall. It's huge. One of the bigger rooms in the game. Probably as big as that one. Is it bigger than them? Well, actually, it's about relatively the size of that one. We'll have to see how these big rooms play out. I mean, I know this one plays out as far as being a Metroidvania, and that's interesting. And once I give out the Moon Tarot, which I'll probably give out early so I can design with it, I'll be able to play with illusionary things. And this design levels around that thing's mechanic. I'll have to settle on the exact tarot that are giving out for this floor. There's going to be quite a few of them. Which means I gotta make a bunch of them because there's actually more tarots I need to give out than I haven't made enough of them yet. So that'll probably be what tomorrow is. AI and a boss AI and design. So anyway, I'll bid everyone adieu, and I will catch you tomorrow. See ya. I guess I can read out with